it's Carolyn Zook here with Zook Stitch, and today I am so excited. We are going to shop for the 2023 Nashville Needlework Market. I love doing this every year. It is so much fun. I'm going to shop right along with you. I did look through the offerings about a couple weeks ago, I think, so I do have an idea of some of the things that are being offered. But designers continuously send what their new releases to the shops throughout the week. So there are some things on here that I have not seen. I am using the Garon Stitchery website. This is a wonderful website to shop. Just I really like the layout. So up here you can see it is garon-stitchery.com. And so this is the home page when I come to the website, and you can see they have mark your calendars right up here at the top, and they tell you when it is. So what I like about their website is that if you go over here to the left-hand side, you can see a lot of things. You can kind of shop by category. But where we're going to be shopping today is the 2023 Nashville Market pre-order. So there's some really important information up here at the top. It tells you how to pre-order from Garon Stitchery. So you need to send an email to garon.totenbags@gmail.com. And in that email, you want to include the name of the design, of course, the designer name. So make sure you write down the designer name, your PayPal email, and your zip code. And that is so that they can invoice you and calculate shipping. So as I go through this, so they have it by all manufacturers, filtered by all manufacturers here. Or what we're going to do is we're going to go by designer. So that will help you keep track of the designer name a little bit easier, I think, and the name of the design. The way I do it is the way I shop. This is how I shop online at any site. I write down everything I want, along with the prices, which is a little bit eye-opening when I tally it all up at the end. And I see, can I get everything I want and stay within my budget? And if the answer is no, which it's pretty much always no, what we will do is then I will go through and kind of par down my list and make decisions that way. But for now, I write down everything that I want on my list. One thing, today is Saturday, February 18th. I should have said that at the start. I'm just so excited to jump in. This 2023 Nashville Needlework Market Cookbook. If you want this, you need to pre-order it by tomorrow, February 19th, 2023. So that is the thing that you need to pre-order right away because they, not Garon, but the manufacturer of this needs to print them. So that one has a earlier deadline. Okay. Are you ready to shop? Grab your stitching, grab a beverage, and a pen and paper, and let's take some notes and let's shop together. Our first designer is going to be 1897 Schoolhouse Samplers. So, and I try to go into each one so that we can get an idea. So our first one is called Art is Long and Time is Fleeting. And sometimes Garon will put anything that the designer sent to them, any information. So this information, or this particular design, we don't know how large it is. Elizabeth Cole, age 10 years. Here's a bigger image. I can't tell from the picture what that says. Maybe something about how art is long and time is fleeting. Okay, so all of these items are going to appear as sold out because you can't order them yet. Okay, so let me return. Oh, that's not going to work, is it? I'm figuring this out as I go. Okay, next up is Go Tell It to the Bees. This is Sarah Smith, age 14 years in 1842. See if we can get a bigger picture. Here's what it looks like. Beautiful blue colors. I think that's really pretty with the floral. Something am right. I am right? I'm not sure. I can't quite tell. Oh, teach my heart still in the right to stay. If I am wrong, thy grace impart to find that better way. Oh, if I am right, oh teach my heart, I think is what it says. Sorry, I find it very hard for me to read. This is a Carolyn thing, not a Garon thing or a designer thing. I have a hard time reading. Okay, so go to it, tell the bees. This next one is called Granny's Garden in Friendship's Name. And we don't have any information on that. Really cute. This one looks relatively small. It's hard to tell. But you have kind of like peacocks there and all these really pretty, I like it on that dark fabric too. Okay. I know it seems like I could do the next one, but it's going to go in not by designer, and we want to go by designer. If that's why you're wondering why I don't just hit the next button. This next one is called Idle Hands. Idle Hands. By this small work, my friends may see how kind my parents are to me. I don't know why I'm laughing. I'm just imagining a little girl. It says she was born 1801. I don't know how old she was when she did this, but I'm just imagining a little girl being forced to stitch. My parents are really nice to me. Okay. Let no net ensnare me. Isn't that pretty? Wow. Sarah Newton finished February 26, 1849. This is interesting because this kind of, if you look at the wings here, it has a very patriotic feel to it. I really like that. Very pretty. Let no net ensnare me. This next one is called Love One Another. Very pretty. So it's an alphabet sampler, all in red. Age 14, and at the bottom it just says Love One Another. It's very pretty. Okay. Our next one is called Prudence, Love, and Toil. Prudence, Love, and Toil. I'm not. Some of you might be able to read that. I unfortunately cannot, just with my eyes and the computer screen and all that. But I think this one is really pretty. I'm a sucker for the florals, so that one's really, really pretty. And it's kind of, I don't want to say sparse, but it's not packed full. I mean, I'm sure it will keep you busy for plenty enough time, but it's not packed full like some are. So that's kind of a neat aesthetic, I think. That one is called Prudence, Love, and Toil. This next one is called Safe in My Care. And it's another red alphabet sampler. And it doesn't say the actual line anywhere. Jane Fisher, age 13 years, Brigg House, 1876. Okay. The Art of Living. The Art of Living. Long may we live and happy may we be, blessed with concerns, maybe, from misfortunes free. Anne Banks. Really pretty. Okay, next up. That's it. Okay, so that was all of them under 1897 Schoolhouse Samplers. Our next designer is Alessandra Adelaide Needleworks. Alessandra Adelaide. So I'll give you a second to write that down if you are thinking, oh, I really like that particular designer. Maybe I want a bunch of their items. All right. This first one is called Mosaico. Let's see. 12 different square mandalas, about 50 stitches per side, so about 50 by 50. Antique blue. And if you stitch them all together, it's 233 by 178 stitches. So this is what our larger picture, this is as large as we can get it. So you're getting, I guess, 12 of these little blocks, and you can kind of, my guess is that you can kind of fit them together however you want, in whatever order you want. 12 different square mandalas, about 50 by 50. So that's really, darn it, that might be the first one I write down. Just because it is so pretty. And those of you who watch me regularly know that blue is my favorite color. And this one actually does not have a price. So we will check on that a little bit later. Okay, so that was it for Alessandra Adelaide. Next up is Annie B's Folk Art. And this is called Bloomin' Bunnies Trio. Models are stitched on 40 count Regency linen by Picture This Plus using MPIs. Of course, you don't have to do it on that. You don't have to use MPIs if you don't want to. Look at that bunny though. Oh my gosh, that is so cute. Isn't that in that one? It says, oops, sorry about that. It says hip hop, and then you have the bloom one. I think this one is my favorite. It has a little scarf on. I think that's darling. Like, spring is kind of funny, right? Like, it's getting warmer, but also I still need my scarf. Okay, this next one is called Needlework Pairs. Models are stitched on 35 count light khaki linen by Weeks Dye Works using Dinky Dye silk. And there you can get an idea of the sizes. They're all fairly small. And I think it's pretty. So that one has the alphabet. This one is like a little motifs. I think this one is my favorite because it's kind of floral. Needlework Pairs, that one is called. Next, we have Channing Street. This is a market exclusive. Exclusives usually mean that you can only get them from market for a certain period of time. I don't know what period of time for all of them unless they specifically say. This special pattern is a tribute to my late husband and commemorates the 30 years we lived on Channing Street and the many animals we owned over the years. The model is stitched on 36 count summer khaki linen from Zweigart using Gentle Arts and DMC. Pattern includes a label sticker for the back of your finished piece, and the stitch count is 163 wide by 196 high. So let's take a closer look. Teach me to feel... I don't know why I'm trying to read it. I can't read what that says. But maybe you will be able to take a screenshot or something and blow it up. But you can see all the animals in their front yard and their house. I think that's really sweet. What a sweet commemoration. And you could replace this alphabet with like an address of your house if you wanted to since this is a commemoration piece. That might be kind of a fun idea. Next up is Christmas in the Country Set 3. So these are really cute. You got your little reindeer piece, you got your snowman piece, and then you have Where the Treetops Glisten. So you get all three of those in this one. Oh, and then there's that's the same thing, I guess. Okay. This models are stitched on 25 count raw Dublin linen by Zweigart, calling for DMC, Weeks Dye Works, and Classic Color Works. And then here are the sizes of each of the charts. They're all relatively small. There are Mill Hill buttons, which are not included with the chart, so you would want to order those buttons as well. But that's really cute. Christmas in the Country Set 3. That one is $12. Sorry if I'm not telling you the prices of these. Oof. Oh, here we have Set 4. Okay, so Set 4, same thing. Here are your sizes. Again, they're all relatively small. Again, these have Mill Hill buttons. Let's take a look. Oh, I really like these. Piece. That one's really cute. And then just the simple Merry and Bright. I am going to write this one down. Annie B's Folk Art. I like this one, Christmas in the Country Set 4. And that one is also $12. And you get 3 patterns, so that's what, $4 a pattern, so that's not bad. Okay, next up is called Let's Go Sledding. And these are the sled ornament designs. Let's take a look. You can kind of see look at all these sled ornament designs you get. I mean, of course, you don't have to put them on the sleds. They would be cute just as they are. The models are stitched on 14 count antique brown perforated paper from Mill Hill and mounted on a 4-inch craft sled. You use DMC for all of them. Each one is 17 wide by 31 high. This is, and it's $12 for the pattern. Let's Go Sledding. 12 designs that you get. That would be great if you are stitching for like a group of people, like at the holidays, like your coworkers or your family members or anything like that. So that's called Let's Go Sledding. Next up, this one is called Merry Christmas. I think this is really pretty. I bought a very similar one last year from Market that I haven't stitched yet. That's very simple. It says Merry Christmas. I can't remember who the designer was. This one is $10. This is stitched on 32 count relic linen by Picture This Plus using Dinky Dye silk. And the stitch count is 97 wide by 43 high. I love it. I just love the simplicity of it. I think it's so pretty. And that looks like it for Annie B's folk art. Sorry if that made you dizzy. Okay, next up is Ardith Design. ARDITH. Ardith Design. So let's see what we have here. Scream and Sugar Candy Cafe. This one kind of reminds me a bit of Gary. Oh, look, nice big picture. Beware of the Sweets. Scream and Sugar Candy Cafe. So it's like candy, kind of Halloween. That's cute. That's really creative. I haven't seen a lot like that. 91 stitches wide by 112 stitches high. They use 32 count Icelandic blue linen. They use Gentle Art sampler threads. That's $10. Oh yeah, 91 by 112. Really cute. Really different for Halloween, right? So I like that. Spaghetti Western Sampler. Okay, I'm not as familiar with this designer, but they are cracking me up right now. Spaghetti Western Sampler. Yeehaw for good food and social justice. And there's spaghetti. And there's horses and a little rodeo thing. Now that might be something like a movie or a show or something that I don't know. I will fully admit I don't know. I don't watch a lot of TV. I watch a lot of floss tube. So that one is $12. It is 103 stitches wide by 146 high. They use Cedar River linen and design 32 count linen in red cedar, and then they used Gentle Art sampler threads. That's cute. That's really fun. It's really pretty fabric too. Okay, next up is Sweet Little Stockings #1. So these are really cute. They're just so unique. Like her designs are just so unique. These are 25 stitches wide by 37 stitches high, so they are small. They are stitched on 14 count Ada pink splash, and they use Wonderful Threads Spaghetti 12 weight cotton thread, which I am not familiar with that either. Let's see if we can get a bigger picture for you. Oh yeah, that's a nice big picture to look at. Those are really fun. Really unexpected colors for you wouldn't even have to use them for Christmas. I mean, they're stockings, but who's to say you have to use them for Christmas? So this one is called Sweet Sprinkles Cute Ice Cream Stand-Ups. So let's take a look at this. Ardith Designs, little ice cream. If you're an ice cream lover, you can make these little stand-up designs. That's cute, really fun. $12. 4 different designs. They used 11 count Ada and aquamarine. And again, they used this wonderful eleganza threads. So on 11 count, which is nice, right? Like that's a little bit different. I like it. Okay. Next up, we have Sweet Tea Rex Trenway Silk Tea Time Palette Stitch the Rainbow. Okay. So here's what we're doing. So if you recall, I believe it was at Expo in the fall that they put together a thread pack And several, I think there were like 25 different designers that stitched a chart using that thread pack. That is being done again, excuse me, except the thread pack is Trenway Silks. It is called the Tea Time Palette. And so we will see several different designers on here. I'm not sure how many there are for market, but the Tea Time Palette. So we'll see several of those. So you buy one thread kit, and then you could probably stitch several designs on here. So this one is Dinosaurs Having Tea, which is really cute and really charming. This one is 60 by 60. They use 32 count Lugana fabric in petite point blue and white. So that's the one with the little polka dots on it, which is really cute. And then again, they use the Trenway Silks Tea Time palette, which is so, so pretty. This one is $8. Okay. So we did that. And that is all of ours from Ardith Design. Our next designer is, I'm not going to try to pronounce it. It's a French. I know I've seen it. I have several of their designs. Atelier ID, Soed ID. Sorry, I am really butchering that. I know. So this first one is Ively Godefroyd. And this book will soon be available. It's A4 size, so just keep that in mind. It's a little bit longer than if you're in the US. It's a little bit longer than what we have, but that should not be a problem unless it could be a problem only if you put your charts in a file cabinet or something like that. You might need a different way. Like, don't not buy this because it's A4 size is what I'm trying to say. Clear black and white charts for both the reproduction sampler and for small soft cover. It is in both Dutch. Oh, it's not French. Sorry, Dutch and English. You get separate thread card included with the legend. It is $30. Let's take a look and see, because it looks so pretty. So you get the chart for all of this, right? There's these smalls. Oh, this must be the original, and then she reproduced it down here, perhaps. Reproduction sampler, I'm pretty sure. Really pretty. Really, really pretty colors. So again, that is Ively Godefroyd. And that is it from that designer. Okay, next is Ori TM. Ori TM, and our first one up is Rapunzel. And they use 28 count even weave Fantasy Castle by Fabric Flare. I'm not sure where that accent's coming from out of my mouth. Look at this. Look at this. They used Rapunzel's hair. I mean, is that not genius? Like, why not, right? That's amazing. I've never seen anything like it. So Rapunzel, very, very cute. $18. I hope you're catching the prices if you're interested in that, because I'm really neglecting to tell you what they are. The Gallo family, they used 28 count Swamp Monster by Laura's Fabric. And the stitch count is 125 by 90, and this is $14. And look at that. Look, it's a little family, the little baby chicks down here, and the colors. That's really fun. That's called the Gallo family. Next up is Ibex Couple. This one is stitched on 28 count Fairy Sky by Laura's Fabric. The stitch count is 150, 100 by 142. So lots of stitching, but really, really pretty, really, really unique. I really like that. That's pretty. That one is $14 as well. And that, I believe, is everything for Ori TM. Next up is Autumn Lane Stitchery. Autumn Lane Stitchery. Sorry. I'm trying to move through because there's a lot to go through, but I also want to go slow enough that you have time to write things down. So this first one is called Beauty and the Beast. This is what it looks like. Look at that. Think of all that stitching. Oh my gosh. But that's pretty. It is 140 stitches by 195 stitches. So it's a big one. Stitch area is 10 by 13.9 when stitched on 28 count. This is $12. That will keep you busy for a while. Beauty and the Beast. This next one is Hawaiian Mermaid. Really, really pretty. Look at that. Oh, that's so pretty. And some beads right there for her necklace. Isn't that pretty? That's gorgeous. Those colors are so nice. This is 86 by 110 stitches. When you stitch on 28 count, it is 6.15 inches by 7.85, and it is $10. Hawaiian Mermaid, that one is called. This next one is called Let It Grow. This is a Halloween one. This is 69 by 69, and it's about almost 5 by 5 on 28 count. So let's take a look. Here's a Halloween. You have your Halloween shoe, October 31st. It's really cute. Look, you have candy corn. I love candy corn, just for the record. And that one is $10. You have to watch this whole video to get little tidbits information about me and my life. All right, this next one is called Spring Has Sprung. This is $12. This is really, really cute. Oh my gosh, look at the little chick holding a daisy. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's darling. That's darling. They have the little bees. If you wanted to, I know there's a lot of bee buttons out there. You could even replace, I don't know how big, but like you could replace some of those bees with buttons to give it a little bit of dimension. That little chick with the flower is just too much for me. This is 70 by 128 stitches, and when you stitch on 28 count, it is 5 inches by 9, and it's $12. That's really cute. And then we have Turtle Island. Oh my gosh. Candy. Candy loves turtles. Look at that. If you're a turtle lover, look at that. Don't you want to live there? Like no neighbors. Oh my gosh, that looks great. This one is $11 and it is 84 stitches by 79. And when you stitch on 28 count, it is 6 inches by 5.6, 5.5 inches. Really unique. It's so cool. They're just so creative, like all of these designers. Okay, that is it for Autumn Lane Stitchery. Our next designer is Bendy Stitchy. So we're in the bees now. Bendy Stitchy. Our first one is called Chatter Broth. And we'll take a look at that. They suggest 40 count Tibu China linen from Fox and Rabbit. It is 60 by 60. This is one of those Trenway Silks Stitch the Rainbow palette. And we can tell that we see that little icon there that tells us this is part of that grouping of the colors. So Chatter Broth. So that is, and I can't really make out what it says around there, but that's Gossip and Enjoyed. I can't quite tell. I'm so sorry about that. But that's really cute and uses that thread pack as well. This next one is called January Willow Sampler. This is $10 and it's stitched on 25 count raw natural linen from Swigart. It's 150 stitches wide by 69 stitches high, and she used Gentle Art. And so that's really cute. It looks small in the picture, but I don't think it's quite so small in real life. Like it looks like, oh, it's a cute little tiny piece. I always do that when I look at certain projects, but it's 150 stitches wide. It's short, but it's long. You know what I mean? So if that matters to you, it might not matter. It doesn't matter to me. This next one is called Pendulum Board. Maybe, yes, no rephrase. Funny. Suggested fabric is 28 count Irish cream linen from R&R. It is 75 by 75. It is $8, and she uses Forbidden Fiber Co. floss for that. That's really funny. And our next one is Rose's Dream Tree. Oh, this is cute. I wonder if her daughter drew this, because her daughter's name is Rose. I wonder if this is like a drawing from her daughter. Maybe not. It's just my guess. Yeah, see, it says R on there for Rose. I'm wondering if her daughter drew this and then Michelle turned it into a stitchy piece. So that's really cute. Really, I like it. It's just kind of like dreamy, right? Well, it's her dream tree. So suggested fabric is 36 count true blue from Fox and Rabbit Designs. It is 100 stitches wide by 110 high, and she uses Bestitch Me floss. Oh, whoops. Okay. I think that is everything from Bendy Stitchy, it looks like. So we'll move on to Blackbird Designs. Okay? Blackbird Designs is up next. All right, we have a reprint here. Birds of a Feather. Whoa, that is really big. Okay, here we go. This is a nice big picture of what it looks like. Birds of a Feather. They reprinted it by Blackbird Designs. That one we don't have a price and we don't have any further information on that. This next one is called United We Stand. So for those of you who love Americana, to stitch patriotic, looks like there's an eagle with an American banner in there. And it says United We Stand around it. Really, really lovely. So that, again, is called United We Stand by Blackbird. And that is what we have right now from Blackbird. Next up, we have Carriage House Samplings. Carriage House Samplings. And first up, we have Anna's Bird. And this is what it looks like. I love how the dimension, like obviously the bird is not as tall as the sun, right? I don't know. I like that. It's $12. It is 100 stitches wide by 139 high. They stitched it on 40 count Hemingway by Needle and Flax. I personally can't stitch on anything over 32 count. So mine would be bigger, right? But don't be scared when it says, 40 count. Oh, that means I can't buy the chart. No, you can buy the chart. You just stitch it on what fabric works for you. This next one is called Apple Dumplings. And this is from a series of Trudy's Kitchen. Trudy's Kitchen series. I'm not familiar with that, but that's really cute. Apple. That's really cute for fall. It says cinnamon, flour, sugar. Maybe she's making an apple pie for us. That is $10. It is 81 by 96. And they use 32 count country mocha. And is stitched in DMC. Oh, it looks like there's two of them. Okay, great. So we'll skip over. They're exactly the same. All right, so the next one is called Fawn and Friend. Super, super cute. Look at that. Isn't that darling? This one's only $9. 63 by 63. They stitched it on 28 count Steinbeck by Needle and Flax. Stitched in DMC. That's darling. Next up, we have our Wild Birdseed Sack. Okay, so I'm going to call out Robin here, who has a bird wall she is working on in our home with all stitched bird pieces. And Robin from Bird's Eye Stitches, you need this to feed your birds. So that's really cute. 40-pound sack. It is 125 wide by 146 high. It calls for 32 count country mocha. It is $14. I think that's really unique. And that is what we have from Carriage House Samplings. Next up, Cherry Hill Stitchery. Cherry Hill Stitchery. So we have a sweet little piece called Flower Market. It is $9. That's really cute. It doesn't give us any information, but there's some variegated floss that they're using there. And I like these small, this one seems like it's a smaller piece, so you could use what you have in your stash. And then we have the companion piece, freshly picked, also $9. This would be cute, set up together. We have Market Bouquet, also $9. That one's pretty. That one might be my favorite so far. And that is what we have from Cherry Hill Stitchery. You hear Simon in the background meowing for attention. This next one is called Cross Stitch Antiques. Cross Stitch Antiques. And our first one here is called Alice's Rose from Alice Clark. I had a father kind and true. So this is what it looks like. Okay, so Alice's Rose, 1844. So I believe this is a partial reproduction is what I'm guessing. Simon thinks so as well. So that this might be the original and they pulled a section from the original piece. I'm guessing that's what it is. Honor Alice and stitch her lovely border in a single rose, then embellish with your initials and the year stitched. Okay, so that might be what you are stitching. It is $12. It doesn't tell us how big it is, though. But that's a neat way to kind of do a reproduction, right? Is just take a section of it. All right, next up is Jane Milner, 1830, Quaker Extract, Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I can't read what's in there, but I like the border. It's really pretty. This one is $30. It is stitched on 40 count light hazelnut by Extrude Designs. They also give you an alternate, Espresso by R&R. It is stitched with Soie d'Oger silks. It is 239 stitches wide by 258 high. It's a big one. You can also convert it to DMC and MPI silks if you want. It's a big one, but again, that one will keep you out of trouble for a while, right? So that one was called Jane Milner. This next one is called Mary Ann Borden, 1836, Fall River, Massachusetts. Model and cover photo in progress above. Okay, so when they had to submit these pictures, they weren't quite done yet. I'm guessing. This is stitched on 40 count Tickery Boo by Tabby Cat Linen. They used MPI silks. This one is also going to be big, 216 wide by 218 high. So let's take a closer look. So really pretty, but you can get an idea of like the border. I'm not sure that I don't know if there's additional things being stitched on here. I assume there is, just from what the cover photo in progress, model in progress. So Mary Ann Borden. But if you like what you see so far, I really like that first alphabet, like the font. It's really pretty. All right, next up is New England Chapel from Band of Roses, 1845. This one is $16. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my gosh. It's just all that stitching, but it's so pretty. So pretty. I love that style. They're calling for 40 count Bria by Needle and Flax, 119 stitches wide by 122 stitches high. Yeah, it's small if you stitch it on 40 count. Mine would be bigger because I'm not going to do 40 count. It is $16. It is so pretty. Next up is Oh Sweet Humility. Oh Sweet Humility. Let's see. I can't read the saying, but we have borders, lots of flowers. We have a grassy hill with lots of little animals and a couple and a house. That one's really pretty. $26. 40 count vintage pecan butter by Lakeside Linens. Calls for MPI silks. It is 259 stitches wide and 265 stitches high. If you stitch it on 32 count, it'll be 16 by 16. There are over 2 satin stitch, cross stitch over 1 for verse, name, and bird. So there's some over 1 on here, which is nice that they tell you that up front. That one's really pretty. All right, 2 turtle doves is next. 2 turtle doves, motifs from an 1836 antique sampler. Super sweet. $8. This is adapted from motifs from Anne Wilkinson's 1836 reproduced by Cross Stitch Antiques. This is on a 38 count Fuller's Tessel by Legacy Linens, 63 stitches wide by 57 high. There is some cross stitch over with one thread over 2 threads of linen. Okay. Right. Again, so nice that they tell you that up front. Okay, so that is our offerings from Cross Stitch Antiques. Next up, we have Dirty Annie's. Dirty Annie's. So our first one is called Arrive Late, and it says, better to arrive late than to arrive ugly. This one is 120 by 85 stitches. They use 32 count linen Grandpa's Shop. Oh, Grandpa's Shop rag. Excuse me. And the called for is Classic Colorworks and Weeks. This one is about $11. Arrive late. Next up is Cat Cuss. That's cute. Look, the cat got into the cactus, you can tell. That's really cute. I love the colors of the pots too. Model was stitched on 32 count Morris blue linen from Weeks Dye Works and finished with rainy palms from Lady Dot Creates. It is 107 stitches by 86. The called for floss is Classic Colorworks and Weeks. Cactus. Next up is Deja Poo. Deja Poo. A feeling that one has seen or heard this crap before. That one is $8.99, 32 count shadow linen from Pictureless Plus using fawn thread from Weeks Dye Works. It is 70 by 70. I know many of you will want this one. It's called Deja Poo. That's cute. Next up is Greyhound Santa. So if you have greyhounds, I mean, look at that. Santa's beautiful too. Oh, that's really pretty. That one is $12.99. It is 80 stitches wide by 122 stitches high. The motto is stitched on gray sand, 32 count linen from XG Design, and they have Rick Rack from Lady Dot. They use Gentle Art, Weeks, and Classic Colorworks in this one. Really pretty. If you have greyhounds, you have to get that one. You're required. I love my cat. I love my cat. That is not a cat. That is an opossum. That one is $12.99. It is 87 by 116. Model was stitched on Summer Sunrise, 32 count linen from Atomic Ranch Fabrics, and trimmed with pinky palms from Lady Dot's, Classic Colorworks and Weeks. Gary asked me if I wanted to do a stitch along with him for this one. I don't know, Gary. It's not really my style. It's not really, because it's not a cat. It's an opossum. This next one is called Jungle Cats. Let's take a closer look. Look at that fabric. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Tammy would love this because she loves stitching safari animals. Tammy from Tammy's Crafty Life on FlossTube. She loves stitching like safari animals and that type of thing. So I think she'd really like this one. $15. It is 130 stitches by 181. The fabric is Jack's Rum, 32 count linen from Fabrics by Stephanie. And again, we're using Classic Colorworks, Gentle Art, and Weeks. That's pretty. That fabric is just perfect for that piece, isn't it? Next up, we have Morticia's second line. So this is a great kind of like, well, it's not obviously Halloween. It's spooky, right? Bourbon Street. But it's not, here's your hearse. It's not obviously Halloween, so that's kind of fun. I bet Gary will like that one. $16. It is 200 by 170. It is stitched on 32 count linen in woodland moss from Mountain Air Fabrics. Classic Colorworks, Weeks, and Weeks Dye Works is what was used. Next up, we have Package Deal. Package Deal. I'm a real sweetheart and a smart ass. It's a package deal. Oh, that's funny. This is $10.99. The stitch count is 137 by 76. They use Crypt Cloth 32 count linen from Lap and Loops. They use Classic Colorworks and Weeks. And that border fabric is just absolutely perfect for that piece. Package deal. This next one is called We Met on the Internet, and it simply says We Met on the Internet. Stitch count is 83 by 39. They stitched it on a 32 count cream leather linen by Sunflower Fabrics, and it is $8.99. Next up is Y'all Ain't Right. And that's what it says. It has 3 sheep and it says Y'all Ain't Right. I can think of several of you who want that one too. It is $10.99. They use 32 count chestnut linen from Weeks Dye Works. It is 80 by 80. And they used Weeks and Classic Colorworks for the floss. That's cute. And that is everything from Dirty Annie's. All right, next up is Erica Michaels. Erica Michaels. So first up, we have Heirloom Tomato. It is 102 by 88. There's a berry. Oh, there's a pin pillow, Prosperity and Good Fortune, which is 102 by 88. Then she has a berry. Look at that berry. 127 by 72. And they used 36 count Tyco linen. They used Weeks, and there's some hand-dyed buttons and brass charms, which is included in the chart pack. Okay, let me get a bigger picture. This is $15. So you can see some of the charms that are on here. Very cute. Prosperity and Good Fortune. Next up is Mary Briggs, 1806. This one I can read. This one says, the greatest thing in the world is the alphabet, as all wisdom is contained therein. That's kind of neat, huh? So it's $15. Marking Sampler Adaptations. Stitch count is 148 by 146. And then the antique original is 148 by 136. She stitched this on 36 count Wren linen from Picture This Plus and used Classic Colorworks and Classic Colorworks, Weeks Dye Works, and a skein of DMC. That's really pretty. I love Erica Michaels because her stuff is just so clean and kind of precise, and I really like that look. This next one is called Quaker Wisdom Berries. Quaker Wisdom Berries. It is $15. It is each one, so you get 3 berry patterns in this chart, and it's 127 by 72 each. They stitched it on 36 count French vanilla from R&R, and the floss is Weeks and DMC. It looks like one says Live Simply X. I don't know. Inspire. I don't know what they all say. But there'll be good life lessons for you, right? Quaker Wisdom Berries. Those are cute. There's a little cat right there. All right. Next up is Quilting ABCs, Part 1. A series in 5. Candy needs this one because this is all quilting. Any of you quilters out there? I used to quilt. But you can see diligence, and they have some ABC words, be kind, and that type of thing. But their quilt pattern's $15. This is a series released in 5 parts throughout 2023. The big sampler is 263 by 223 if you stitch all of them. This is on 36 count vanilla bean linen from R&R. There is an additional small in part 1. Classic Colorworks. Quantities that they give here for the floss are for the entire projects. If you're only stitching portions, then you might not need as much. But let's take a look. ABCs. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, you get A, B, C, D, E for the first part. A, B, C, D, E for the first part. That's really cute. That's really pretty. She is so talented. Next up is Sally Bullard. Excuse me. This one says, How Letters Great and Small Are Wrought. Cute. This is another sampling adaptation. This is 85 by 92. Stitched on 30 count pecan shortbread legacy linen from Access Commodities. She stitched it in the wool from Gentle Art. So that's interesting. She does give alternatives for cottons if you want to. But if you want to try wool, this is your piece to try it. That one's $15. This one is Special Notice, a surprise for market benefiting the animal shelters in the Clarksville, Montgomery County, Tennessee area. This is 215 by 85. The design is entirely monochromatic. The model was stitched on 32 count Morning Dove linen by Lakeside. I used a mystery lot of dark green silk floss. One for stash diving. This is only $5. And I assume that some of those proceeds at least will be going to the animal shelters. Special notice, the attention of clerks is directed to the importance of suggesting to customers that before beginning a piece of work, a fully sufficient amount of silk be procured, as afterwards difficulty may be experiencing in obtaining exactly the same shade. That's funny. So that's cute. So that is like a special charity piece, which is nice. Okay, so The Beach is Calling. Here's another one for Candy. The Beach is Calling. This one is $15. It is a game board, which is 163 by 127. There is also a chart for a drum, which is 124 by 43. And then there is the berry, which is 127 by 72. Stitched on 32 count milk chocolate linen by Fabrics by Stephanie. Called for flosses are in Classic Colorworks, Weeks, and DMC. Let's take a closer look. Very fun, like game board type crossword puzzle sort of thing. That drum is really pretty in the berry. Really cute set. Really, really cute for my beach lovers. And that is everything from Erica Michaels. Next up is Finally a Farm Girl. Finally a Farm Girl. So, first up we have Catching Flies. That's really cute. Look at that. This is very Americana. Baseball, popcorn, and a little American flag. That's darling. This is $10. They used 28 count linen in Vintage Country Mocha. Stitch count is 82 by 102. They used Weeks Dye Works floss, Classic Colorworks, and then there's some DMC. Very bright colors. That's very cute. Next up is Easter Matilda. Easter Matilda. They stitched this on 28 count light purple even weave. The stitch count is 54 by 62 and it's stitched in DMC. Really cute. Perfect for Easter coming up. Next is called Freedom for All, 1776, America, $8. The fabric used is fiber on a whim in oatmeal. It is 87 by 76 and it's stitched in DMC. There's a little mousy right there as well. Freedom for All. Next up is My Angel Mother. This one is $6 and it's an Abraham Lincoln quote. It says, "All that I am or hope to be, I owe to my angel mother." This is stitched on 32 count grasshopper. It is 98 by 56 and they simply used onyx from Weeks Dye Works. And you could see a bit of that shading in the profile there of Abraham Lincoln. Next one is Not Even a Mouse. Not a creature was stirring. Look at that. Look at the little mouse inside the clock. That's really cute. There's another one up there. That's really cute. Boy, that clock is a lot of stitching, though. That one is $8. They stitched it on 32 count clay fabric. It is 102 by 110, and they use DMC, Classic Colorworks, and Weeks. Next up is Pond Proposal. So another one of our frog, Marry Me. Very cute. That's a really cute frog. $10. This is stitched on 28 count summer khaki. It is 101 by 80 stitches, and the floss is Weeks Dye Works and DMC. Next up is Star Spangled Ruby. Star Spangled Ruby. Look at that, really cute. Looks like a bunny rabbit with a little mouse. Cute. That is a very cute Americana patriotic one for like Memorial Day or 4th of July. That one is $8. It is stitched on 28 count Jobelin lamb's wool. Stitch count is 90 stitches by 98. They used Weeks and DMC. Next up is Summer Blessings. Summer Blessings. This is stitched on 16 count Grandma Stuffing by Fortnite. Look at that, really cute. Oh, that's a beautiful little scene. I might leave the alphabet off and just stitch the scene. Look at that lamppost and that, like, oh, I really love that. That's really, really pretty. It is $10. It is 119 by 101, and they used Weeks and DMC. Next up is Wool and Flax. Wool and Flax. She seeks wool and flax and works willingly with her hands. And that's from Proverbs 31:13. And it's just a nice little kind of sampler scene. You can see the laundry up there. They have like little quilts down here and that big house with a little eagle, or big eagle on the house. That one is $14. They stitched it on 28 count Jobelin lamb's wool. The stitch count, this one's a big one, 243 by 129. They used Weeks and DMC. That could also mean the called for is Weeks and they give DMC alternatives. I'm not quite sure. Okay, that is everything from Finally a Farm Girl. Next up, we'll be looking at Franny Ritter Designs. Franny Ritter Designs. I needed to get a sip of coffee here. Okay, so first up from Franny Ritter Designs, we have Bake the World a Better Place. That's really cute. Bake the World a Better Place. Oh, look, there's the earth on that cupcake right there. This one is super cute. You could easily change the color of the muffin liners or cupcake liners to, match your home decor if you wanted. That one is $6. It is 110 by 47 and stitched on 16 count Amber Ada by Witchell. Bake the World a Better Place. Now I have that song stuck in my head. Next up is Cackling Witch's Brew. Cackling Witch's Brew. This one is also $6, and it says, Cackling Witch's Brew Pub, come and sip for a spell. Cute. That is 95 by 66, and they used 14 count Giocasso Ada by Grace Note Fabrics, and they used Gentle Art Thread. Next up is Christmas Panels. Oh boy. Christmas Panels. So, these are $5, and they almost look like small gift tags. They look very small, but they're so pretty. This is 19 by 40, and they stitched it on 14 count Icelandic Blue Ada. Really cute. Christmas Panels 1, I guess you should say. Christmas Panels 1. Make sure you put that one in there in case there's Christmas Panels 2. Okay, so I'm writing these down. Christmas Panels 1 and 2. Franny Ritter. Okay, so this one you have your street lamp and your little cardinal. And that one is also $5. That one is 19 by 40, stitched on the same 14 count Icelandic blue. $5 each. Really cute. I might stitch them just on one piece and just make like a little Christmas sampler or something. I'm not sure. This next one is called Merry Snow People. Merry Snow People. It is only $4. 47 by 37, stitched on 32 count, 28 count, Allen linen by Grace Notes, and there are Mill Hill beads, which are optional. They do not come with the chart. I'm trying to see where it looks like maybe they put some beads on the. Can't quite tell where the beads are, to be honest with you. But that's really cute. Merry Snow People. Love that fabric. All right, next up we have our nautical mittens. Nautical mittens, again, for you seaside lovers, beach lovers. Oh, that's a treasure chest. I had to figure out what that was. At first I thought it was a bed, but maybe I'm just a little sleepy. It has a treasure chest. We have a sailboat, seahorse, a bobbin for fishing. Not bobbin like we know bobbins, and a sandcastle. I had to pause because I was like, is that the right word? Yeah, that's the right word, bobbin. That one is only $5. It is 22 by 26, and there's a note here, not sure if all are in one pattern or these are sold one each. So we're not quite sure on that. They are very small. The suggested is on perforated paper. So they aren't sure. They just go by what the designer sends them. This one is called Sea Lover Santa by Franny Ritter. Well, you know we're in the Franny Ritter. Look at that. These glass balls, they're actually quite a big deal out here in the Pacific Northwest. I don't know if other areas have them as well. This is very Pacific Northwest to me. Sea Lover Santa. It is $5.50. It is 49 by 74. So not very big, but I mean, that Santa is full stitches, right? Like lots of stitching in that one. This next one is stained glass flowers. The stitch count is 19 by 29. You get all three patterns on 14 count perforated papers. It's suggested so you can make little gift tags if you wanted to. These might be cute bookmarks as well. So that's $5.50 stained glass flowers. And that is what we have from Franny Ritter Designs. Next up is Glendon Place. Glendon Place. Okay. So first up we have Butterfly Bliss, which I think Candy absolutely needs this one. She loves butterflies and she loves the color purple. And so this is Candy's piece right here. You can see the butterflies in the corner here. Really, really pretty. That is $11. It is a limited edition release from retirement from 2017. It is 97 by 97, and they use 28 count Bashful by Picture This Plus. You would just need 1/8 of a yard. Butterfly Bliss. Next up is Friendship Compass. Friendship Compass. This one is $9. Really pretty. Those blues, teals, and purples. It is 80 by 80, and they use 28 count Helix by Picture This Plus. Again, just 1/8 of a yard is all that is needed, which is nice. It's a 13 by 18 inch cut. Friendship Compass, that one is called. This next one is Horn of Plenty. I saw this one earlier, and I'm tempted. The stitch count is 262 wide by 159 high. They use 28 count China Pearl Jobelin by Crossed Witchold Imports. They recommend 1/4 yard. Requires 9 colors of Rainbow Gallery Petite Silk Lame braid, 73 colors of Sullivan's floss, and 7 colors of Mill Hill beads. $19. But isn't that just a lovely like fall piece? I'm gonna write it down. Horn of Plenty. It's a lot of stitching, but it would be beautiful, I think, especially with the colors that they're talking about. Rainbow Gallery Petite Silk Lame. Silk Lame, I imagine, would have a shine to it. 73 colors of Sullivan's. I don't know that I've ever used Sullivan's, but why not, right? Why not give it a try? Okay, next up is their Hungarian folk art number 4. Now, Ronnie stitched a Hungarian folk art piece that I really love. This one is an Easter theme. I don't think I'll write this one down, but I really, really like the Hungarian folk art. I'm going to have to get the one that Ronnie is working on. It's so pretty. Look at those colors. This one is $15. It is 168 wide by 145 high. They use 28 count white opalescent Lugana. It requires a sixth of a yard, 18 by 18 piece. They have 27 colors of sulky. Oh, they have it in sulky. 8 colors of Mill Hill and 1 color of Sullivan's. Hungarian folk art number 4, which is the Easter one. So that's really, really pretty. All right, next up is Sugar Skull number 3. Sugar Skull number 3. This is $13. I want to stitch a Sugar Skull at some point. I don't think it'll be this one. Sheila is currently working on one that's really, really pretty that I like, so I might want to stitch the one that she's working on. This is 104 stitches wide by 141 high, 28 count chalkboard linen. So that one is really lots of white stitching in that one, but that one's really pretty. I think that's everything from Glendon Place. Let's move on to Haystack Stitching. Now, I have not heard of this designer. Haystack Stitching. This one, oh wow. Angel Sing, exclusive and limited. They only have 24 kits. I'm not sure if that means 24. That can be 24 for Garan, I'm assuming. Kit includes the frame, the hand-dyed linen, needle, and threads. I don't know what size the linen is, but everything you need, including the frame, is there. And it's only $18. So that's a really good price. They get 24 of them, so, go fast. Angel Sing Kit. This next one is called Charlotte. That's really cute. Isn't that cute, that little blue house? Oh, and then you get some berries with it. And it's $10. The sampler was inspired by a jumper Princess Charlotte wore on one of the Duke and Duchess Cambridge Christmas card. You get elements from the antique sampler collection. You get 4 pages including color and symbol charts. Cute. And that one is $10. Charlotte. Next up is I Love Giraffes. For all my giraffe lovers out there, stand tall, be strong, dare to be different. Really, really cute. Same giraffe, they just changed the colorway and changed the saying. $12. You get sisters. Adira and Mandisa were inspired by a card from a friend. Inspirational sayings on their pictures are stand tall, be strong, and dare to be different. An additional saying is also charted if you want. Stand tall, dream big. You get the chart in multiple color charts in all 3 sayings, and it is $12. So you can kind of mix and match your sayings. That's really cute. This would make great bookmarks as well. This one is Lilibet in memory of Queen Elizabeth. This is $12. Lilibet is a set of smalls originally designed for Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee. She was the longest reigning British monarch and celebrated 70 years on the throne in 2022. But sadly died on September 8th, 2022 at age 96. You get a cushion or picture and a scissor fob. This uses variations of cross-stitch, traditional Smyrna crosses, Dutch cross-stitch, and backstitch. And you get finishing instructions. Really cute. I don't know if cute is the right word, but you know what I mean. So next one is called Posy. Oh, look how cute it is. Look how cute it is. Oh my gosh. Why is that so cute? This is $12. Traditional scissor case and fob includes cross stitch, Smyrna crosses, French knots, and straight stitch. I'm going to write that one down because I kind of flipped out. Posy, $12. So that's really cute. And it's Haystack stitching. Okay, so next up is Stephanie. Stephanie. So that looks like another British monarch, $12. Exclusive pin drum and scissor fob chart. The sampler pin drum and scissor fob, not pictured, depicts crowns and an alphabet from my antique sampler collection. This is traditional and long arm cross stitch. Silk ribbon was woven in the border of the model. Okay, so it's Stephanie, that one is called, $12. And that is what we have from Haystack Stitching. Next up is Heart in Hand. Just going to take a quick sip of water here. First up, we have a Honey of a Frill. A Honey of a Frill. This one is $6. That sweet little piece. And it is 40 stitches wide by 30 high. They stitched on 32 count old stationery by Seraphim. Called for threads are classic Colorworks and Weeks. Really cute. Honey of a Frill. Next up is a Honey of a Tiny Town. Now, I keep seeing these tiny towns. I have not bought any of them yet, but I can fully see me getting into them. So this is our honeybee one. Really, really cute. This one is 176 wide by 30 high. And see, you can either make it into a drum like they have here or just keep it as like a full panel. This one's $13. Again, on old stationery by Seraphim. And again, the called for threads are in classic Colorworks and Weeks. Really pretty. Great for like summer coming up here. This one is called Cuckoo Bird Sampler. $13. Really cute. Just very simple sampler, the bird. Very nice. This one is 85 by 95, and they stitched it on 32 count antique lace by Seraphim, and they call for just one thread, which is Weeks Dye Works in bark. Again, that one's really easy to change up to match your colors of your home if you would like to. This next one is called Everyday Things. Everyday Things. It says, the everyday sweet little things are the most beautiful. Oh, I like that. So you can see friends and family, home, nature, stitch, everyday things. That's a really sweet piece. That one is only $13. 103 stitches wide by 62 high in 32 count flax Belfast linen. Called for threads are in classic Colorworks and Weeks. Really bright colors, actually. Really nice. This next one is called Floral Etchings. Floral Etchings, $13. And you can see that you have 3 big flowers with the borders. Stitch count was 121 wide by 65 high. Again, on 36 count old stationery by Seraphim. And classic Colorworks and Weeks for the floss. That's really pretty. And that is what we have from Heart in Hand. All right, next up is Heartstring Samplery. Heartstring Samplery. So, first up we have the custom thread boards for Sunday stitches and float/sting. So, this is $14. Market exclusive. Sold separately, these boards are designed to accompany either the Sunday Stitches book or the Float Sting pin cushions and have the corresponding number of holes for that particular design. So you are getting the thread boards. I believe you get 2. It looks like from this you might get both of them. So that is fun, and we'll see those charts coming up here. So the actual first chart we have here is called, it is called French Flea Market. Sorry about that. French Flea Market. It's Boscornu. Look at that blue. Oh my goodness. That's gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. $12. It is 114 by 114 each side. They stitched 1 thread over 2 on 32 count Prairie Grass by Seraphim. They have a DMC conversion, but called for is weeks. Really pretty. Next up is My Sweet Home. My Sweet Home. Okay, so this one, okay, so I see what they did. Okay, so she's showing it in 3 different ways. So you stitch, well, I guess it's a bit smaller. So you can stitch it with your house. You can put in a picture of your house. This one, they took out the tree border and made it a little bit smaller and put in a picture of some family members. So there's a lot you can do with this, which is really neat. This is $14. It is either 113 by 154 or 113 by 123 if you do the smaller version. R&R Reproductions, Barb's Blend, 36 count, Weeks Dye Works called for, but DMC conversion. So that's really neat. That's a really, really neat way to kind of commemorate your house or a family member's house or something like that. I like that. This next one is called Sting. Sting like a bee. So this would be one that has that the thread keep that we saw at the beginning. That's really pretty. You can see the little sticker there. I love those flowers. That one is $10. It is 112 by 79. They stitched it on Vintage Country Mocha 40 count. And it calls for DMC and Lady Dots Creates for the finishing. Next up is Sunday Stitches book. So this is the other one that we saw the thread keep for. So this is a full-size staple-bound book containing the original 12 hem charts from the limited series released in 2021. This is $32. It also includes 3 brand new designs for a total of 15 well-loved hymns. So you get 15 designs for $32, which is barely over, $2 a piece. This book is over 40 pages long and features full-page color photos and black and white charts. Stitch counts vary. The list of linen threads used for this book is too long to include, but used a variety of linens, but a single palette of 13 threads. So you get all this. So let's take a closer look. So I can't read these, but I can see this one is beautiful, bright colors. Some of them are softer colors. That one says, I will cling to the old rugged cross. A mighty fortress is our God. So they're all from hymns. Really pretty, really neat. I think this is going to be a bestseller from Market, honestly. It's called Sunday Stitches Book, $32 by Heartstring Samplery. You get 15 charts for just barely over $2 a chart. That's what a wonderful deal. So that's everything from Heartstring Samplery. Let's go to Ingleside Imaginarium. And first up, we have our Alpine Christmas duo Naughty and Nice. This is both patterns measure 41 by 59, 40 count linen and cocoa by Weeks Dye Works. They almond M&Ms, hand-dyed silks. That's really pretty. I might actually write this down. Someday I'll tell you all the story about this piece. This is a Krampus who helps Santa determine who's naughty and nice. And I have stories about that. But for now, that one is $10. So I wrote that down. I'll see. Alpine Christmas Duo by Ingleside Imaginarium. This next one is called Don't Feed the Plants. You see the teeth on that one? This one is $16. This is just a piece of it. Okay. Nashville Needlework Market exclusive full design will be revealed on location in Nashville. So 180 by 256. They suggest 32 count linen and garden party by Bestitch Me, and they used Bestitch Me hand-dyed silks. So this is just a piece of the whole thing, and so we won't know the whole thing until it is released. So it's called Don't Feed the Plants. This next one is called Draven's Flight. This is $8. Look at that. Look at all that stitching in there. It is 78 by 105. They suggest 32 count Lugana in Elegant by Fortnite Fabrics, DMC Threadworks, but they give you a DMC conversion as well. That one was called Draven's Flight. This next one is called Fox and Almonds. Fox and Almonds, and I'm thinking of my friend Lynn who loves foxes. That's really pretty. Stitch count is 106 by 68. This one is $8. Suggested fabric is 40 count linen in Rainy Day by Stitch Me. We have some DMC, almond M&Ms, flosses. Really, really pretty. That fabric is so pretty. Fox and Almonds, that one is called. Next up is Millie Melon Eater. Millie Melon Eater. Look at that. I think that's another possum inside a watermelon. That one is $8. It is 68 by 89. Suggested fabric is 32 count linen and sea glass by Fortnite. We are called for is Gentle Arts, but there's DMC and some DMC. Next up is, here we have our Tea Time Companion. So this is another one of those floss kits with the Trenway silk. So you have your tea and you have a little dragon friend. Little dragon friend with your tea. Very cute. That one is $8. Tea Time Companion. It is 60 by 60. Suggested fabric is 32 count linen in Scroll by Bestitch Me. And they use the Trenway silk pack. All right, let's see. Oh, and that's what we have for Ingleside Imaginarium. Next up is my very dear friend Jan Hicks at Jan Hicks Creates. She is lovely and wonderful. So first up, we have a piece called Calm, and this is her tea time palette design, and it's a zen and calm. It's a butterfly tea, really pretty, really soft colors. Really like that one. That one is $6. It is 60 by 60 stitches, and again, it uses the Trenway silks, but she gives you the DMC conversion if you want. Next up is, oh, look at this. It's Carolyn's Balloons. It is $12. This is the spring one, so she has already released autumn and winter. I am currently working on winter. I have not yet started spring, but here is our spring version. I love this one as well. We have little butterflies and bees. There's a little kitty cat down there. I love these cherry blossom that she did and the crown. So this is really fun. So this is Carolyn's Balloons. This is spring. So all that's left for her to do is summer. This is $12. This is 100 by 132. The called for is Classic Color Works. There's some Gast and some Weeks. So really fun. I would love it if you bought this one. Okay, this one is definitely on my list as well. I mean, the Carolyn's Balloons is, of course. But I think that's pretty obvious for those who know me. This one is called Louise Chappas, 1844. I'm just making sure I write this down. A French reproduction sampler. So it's $24, but look at this. Look at this. I think the picture is maybe flipped around. Could be. I don't think it's actually backwards. I think the picture is flipped. But look at these motifs and the colors, and I have to have this one. Stitching the model on Seraphim hand-dyed fabrics, 40 count old stationery. Stitch count is 283 by 330. Jan, what are you doing to me? Hand-dyed fibers silk. So, of course, she's doing it in silk. There is a DMC conversion, though. But look at those colors. Louise Chappas. I said Louise. Louise, I think is it. My middle name is Louise, which is why, among many other reasons, part of why I'm drawn to that one. All right, so next up we have her samplings of lace. This is $12.50. Called for is MPI, and you get all three of these. So one is 65 by 7, one is 71 by 69, and the other one is 144 by 67. And these are, she's doing a series. This might be the last in the series. I can't remember if she has any more after this to release or not, but really, really pretty. Samplings of lace. These are taken from her larger pieces. She has a larger samplings of lace chart as well, but these are just kind of the smaller pieces that are taken from that. Next up is Spring Cottages, and this is the market exclusive. These are really cute. Look at that little bird button there. Really cute, bright colors. This one is $9, and it is 87 by 93, and it calls for beautiful DMC. That one's really cute as well. Next up is Vintage Christmas Alphabet 3. So this calls for DMC. You get the F and the G, and this is $6. So F for family and G for gift. So she's releasing the whole alphabet over the course of the year. And aren't these really pretty? I mean, they would be so pretty, together on a tree. And just $6, that's $3 a chart. I mean, you can't beat that price. Really great. And that's what we have from Jan Hicks of Jan Hicks Creates. Next up is Jeanette Douglas. Jeanette Douglas. While you write down Jeanette Douglas's name, I'll take a sip of water. So Jeanette Douglas. So first up, we have 2023 Chubby Bunny. This one is $8. This sweet little bunny is enjoying his little spring outing. I hope you enjoy him as much as you did Chubby Bird. He was stitched on 36 count natural raw Zweigart linen, about 3x3. She used a frame from Modern Hoopla, used Weeks Dye Works and Classic Color Works, but there is a DMC conversion in the chart. So Chubby Bunny. Isn't that cute? Look at the little butterfly. It is a really, really sweet one. That one is only $8. I'm going to go ahead and write that down. I'm very much in a spring mood. I mean, it hasn't been particularly cold where I live in the Portland area, Portland, Oregon. But, and I really prefer winter, but I am feeling spring colors, I think. Once the Christmas tree goes down, I'm like, oh, well, might as well get spring out, right? This next one is called Anne Perrin 1841. This is $24. Let the sweet work of prayer and praise employ my youngest breath. Thus I'm prepared for longer days or fit for early death. And then down here it says, remember thy Creator in the days of thy youth. Anne Perrin, 1841, $24. This is a reproduction that was stitched on 40 count vintage meadow rue by Lakeside Linens. On 40 count, you end up with a 9.5 by 12.25 inch piece. There are several adaptations to the sampler, a pincushion, and 2 small frame pieces. They will be in color on the back cover. They were all stitched in the Soie silks. No thread pack was made. There is a DMC conversion as well. So that's great. You get smaller versions as well in that chart. This next one is Margarita Schroepfer. Take a closer look. Really pretty. Look at that. Look at that little animals here. This is interesting because it's a different size. It's not as square as a lot of samplers. This one is $20. This reproduction was stitched on 40 count vintage fawn by Lakeside Linens, and on this count, the design size is 4 inches wide by 13 inches long. So you could really use banding on that if you wanted to. I adapted this one to be long and thinner and love it this way. The sampler was stitched in Soie silks, no thread pack. There's a DMC conversion. So 4 inches wide, I mean, you could definitely, if you got a 5-inch wide banding, you could definitely do it on a banding. This next one is called Margaret Meadows, 1804. Let's take a closer look at this. So you have I really like that font down there, and just kind of very simple, right? Which is nice. This one is $16. This reproduction was stitched on 40 count old linen by XG Designs or Winter Wren by Fox and Rabbit. On this count, the sampler is 7.25 inches by 6 inches. The fob is 2.25 by 4 inches. I ran out of time, but I would like to stitch this piece again and made the adaptation into a drum with the fob. That would make a lovely set. Again, we have Swirl de J silks, 2 threads from Dinky Dyes, and there is a DMC conversion. This is called Margaret Meadows 1804. Next up is my stitching box. My stitching box. So this is $36. I'm writing this one down. My stitching box. So this is, look at all these. I think you get all of these pieces, right? I mean, this is what really, really draws me in. Oh, this one says my stitching box on it. There's a pin cushion. Let's see what she says. The box top, so that's that. Smalls, and which are those, and the sampler were stitched on 32 count. We have gone from commonly used 32 count fabric in 2018 to 36 or 40 higher here in 2023, as the silk threads have better coverage and we like the finished look. But this one still has 32 count. The smalls include 2 scissor fobs, scissors pocket, needlebook, pincushion, cube, and sampler. All finishing instructions are included. The cut linen size we used was 21 by 27, and designer will put a layout on the website. So you can go to the website to see how to cut your 21 by 27 fabric. But you could use any fabric, or you could use different fabrics, right? And just use up your stash. The box is from Cabramary Woods. If you want the box, let us know. We can order it aftermarket. If you want the silk thread pack to add to your order, the price of the silk thread pack is $98. Now, keep in mind, well, I guess if you're going to stitch it on like anything larger than 32 count, so like a 28 count, 18 count, 8, anything like that, well, I guess 18 count would end up being smaller. Anyway, the silk pack, you might run out of silks because the silk pack is designed for 32 count. So just keep that in mind, that if you're going to do 14 count Aida or 28 count linen or Lugana, you might run out of silks. This piece was stitched with silk threads. There is a DMC conversion. There is a silk thread package that includes all the colors, charms, buttons, and beads necessary to stitch this piece. So this is fun. You get a lot of different pieces and smalls. So that's fun. My stitching box, that one is called, for $36. Okay, this next one is also on my list. This is called Tapestry of Stitches. Tapestry of Stitches. And look at this. So I'm assuming these are specialty stitches, blocks of specialty stitches down here. This border, these colors. This white I might change out. It's a little stark in comparison to all the other colors. But I think it's really pretty overall. This pattern was stitched on 36 and 40 count light exemplar linen by Lakeside Linens. I will be doing it on a larger piece, a 32 count. This piece was stitched with silk threads, but there is a DMC conversion. There is a silk thread pack that includes all the colors and the swirl pearl spool of creme necessary to stitch the piece. The chart includes color diagrams to help with the execution of the Bargello pieces on the bottom. Okay, so it's Bargello stitches, which I have never done. If you want the silk thread pack, add to your pre-order. Price of the silk thread pack is $90. Again, I will not be getting that because I'm going to be stitching mine, I know, on 32 count. So I might run out of silks. So I will just I'll figure something else out. But that is called Tapestry of Stitches. That one is absolutely on my list. I think it's gorgeous. This next one is called Vintage Grapes. Vintage Grapes. So we have some grapes. So this would be really cute if you really like wine. I think this would be a really cute, like in your, next to your wine rack. $16. This piece was stitched on 2 different fabrics, 40 count Zweigart Natural and one on Fawn by Picture This Plus. One uses the format of the others in the Vintage series with an alphabet in it. The other one I put a lovely row of specialty stitches, some choices for options for the discerning stitcher. This is all in the vintage series started long ago, which I've been adding to. It was stitched in a variety of silk threads from several companies, but has a DMC conversion in the pattern. There's no thread pack available. So you can choose. This one is probably the one with the specialty stitches if you want that, or you can put in an alphabet if you prefer that one. I like the options. And actually, frankly, if you want to stitch it twice, they look really nice together. Okay, Jeanette Douglas was busy. All right, moving on to Joan Elliott Designs. Joan Elliott Designs. And our first one is a Wizard's View. This one is $16. Look at that. Look at all that stitching. Those colors are gorgeous, though. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. $16. It is 171 stitches wide by 227 stitches high, and it's all in DMC. That is beautiful. That is called a Wizard's View. Next up is, Kitties Galore. Kitties Galore. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at the sun is even a kitty. It's just a house full of kitties. That's amazing. Kitties Galore. This one is $16. It is 201 stitches wide by 214 high. DMC listed on the chart. Like that's, I mean, I guess the piece isn't necessarily full coverage, but that house is full coverage. That will keep you out of trouble. This next one is called Le Petit Jardin. Apologies about my pronunciation. This is really cute sampler. Le Petit Jardin. You have your alphabet on the side there. You have a couple in the middle, little house or gazebo. You have some foxes. You have a little bee skip. And then you have them working in the garden. This is a great, actually, spring piece. This is 186 wide by 278 high. DMC is listed on the chart. It is $16. And that is what we have from Joan Elliott. So let's move on to Kathy Barrick. Kathy Barrick. And first up, we have a little bunny named Francie. This one is $12. This is very cute. Great for spring. Look at all those birds flying and that bunny rabbit. This was stitched on 40 count milk and honey from Fiber on a Whim using MPI silks. The stitch count is 110 wide by 104 high. You see that variegation in that bunny? This bunny, again, is called Francie. Next up is, Frankie, the companion piece. Well, you can't buy just one. You have to get the other one, so they are not separated. This one is $14, and the companion piece. That is a giant bunny compared to that house. That would be terrifying to look out your window and see that. Again, stitched on 40 count, this time fragile, from Needle and Flax using MPI silks. And they say that you need 2 skeins of 965. This one is 179 wide by 152 high. That one is Frankie and Francie. See, they are facing different directions, so you can put them on the wall facing each other. This next one is called I Give You My Hand. It is $12. There are 2 versions of this. One is on 40 count seaweed from Fox and Rabbit, and the other is on 40 count flannel flower, also from Fox and Rabbit. The stitch count is 76 by 106, and they called for MPI. I Give You My Hand, it says. So really they're the same. They have a very different feel depending on which fabric. So like the darker fabric, right, is a little more moody. The lighter fabric is a little more bright, a little more kind of springy almost. And it says I give you my hand. So that's really interesting how the fabric just completely changes the feel of it, right? This next one is M.A. Reeve 1824, $16. It is another sampler. So we have 2 alphabets, it looks like. A deer. Look at that border is really pretty. Really, really pretty. I love those blue colors. $16. This is a reproduction that is stitched on 40 count fragile from Needle and Flax using MPI silks. The stitch count is 215 wide by 242 high. Another one that will keep you out of trouble for a long while. That one's pretty. This one is called Majestic Birds. This is for my friend Robin from Bird's Eye Stitches. Majestic Birds. It's just a bunch of birds. Look at these border, the corners, though. Oh my gosh, that's so pretty. This one is $16, stitched on 40 count seaweed by Fox and Rabbit using MPIs. They have a DMC conversion. The stitch count of this design is 193 by 193. Let's read about the corners. The corner sections uses specialty stitches: Rhodes stitch, rice stitch, Smyrna cross, and double cross. I have charted for an alternate corner using just cross stitches and back stitches. I even made a note of that on the cover sheet of the chart. I want to be sure I don't scare stitchers away. So you have options, okay? You have options for that corner, so don't be afraid of that corner, is what she's saying. That, again, is called Majestic Birds. And that's what we have from Kathy Barrick. All right, next up, let's go to Lindy Stitches. The wonderful Lindy Stitches, very talented. This one is called Airmail March Oriental Turtle Doves. Oh, that's really cute. So it's like a stamp. March, so it has some of the clover and that really colorful bird. Oh, her colors are so bright. This one is $10. It is 73 stitches wide by 85 tall. She has size on 32 count linen or 16 count Adas, 4.5 by 5.3 inches. Silver Moon linen by Zweigart, 32 count. That's one of my all-time favorite fabrics, actually. And the called for is weeks dye work and DMC, but she gives you a full DMC conversion. So again, that one is called Airmail March. Next up is Armchair Orienthologist. Pattern information. This one is 109 stitches wide by 142 stitches high. 32 count flax linen by Zweigart, all DMC floss. And there you go. They have the binoculars. They're looking out their window and seeing all the birds. This one is $10. Next up is Bird Crush Club number 1. Okay, so now she's releasing these, I think. Last year she had a Bird Crush Club, and so the charts were only available for members of the club, but now I think she's able to release them. This is Stellar's J. This one is $10. It is 87 stitches wide by 85 high, stitched on 32 count flax linen. The called for is Threadworks and DMC, but she does give you a full DMC conversion. Bird Crush Club number 1. That is hard for me to say. Okay. Next up is Frolicking in the Daffodils. This one is so darling. She also has a cat version of one for each season. I have, I think, 2 of them. I need to collect the other 2. This one is $10. It is 65 wide by 98 high on 32 count linen. She has it so that it will fit nicely in a standard 5x7 frame. Wasn't that thoughtful of her. 32 count winter woolens linen by Seraphim. Weeks Dye Works in DMC, but she gives you a full DMC conversion. And that's, isn't that cute? That's super cute. And you can, change the color to match your own little fur baby. Whoops. Okay. This next one is called Little Brown Bird. It is $12. Look at her colors. Look at that border. It says, Little brown bird with breast of red, fly back to me, for winter is dead. Oh, that's a perfect spring piece. $12. 159 stitches wide and 123 stitches tall. 32 count. Sea spray linen by Seraphim, or any mint green fabric. Pretty. I just love her borders. All right, and then this next one by Lindy, her name is Stephanie. This is Sweater Vest Weatherful Needlebook. It's a limited kit. So this is very fall, which is great because you'll have time to stitch it ahead of time. You get the pattern. You get the 32 count light taupe Lugana. You get both inside cotton quilting fabrics, sky blue wool felt, and 3 jeweled counting pins. You get fusible fleece interfacing, lightweight fusible interfacing, and full finishing instructions with photographs. All the stitcher needs to provide is some DMC, a tapestry needle, and some basic sewing finishing supplies. $28. These are very limited. They tend to go very, very quickly. Every year she usually does like a kit of some sort, and so that's really cute. But you want to be on that. $28. Sweater vest, weather, full needlebook kit, limited. And that's what we have from Stephanie by Lindy Stitches. Next up is Little Robin Designs. Little Robin Designs. So first up, we have AT 1797. This is another big one. 254 stitches wide by 261 stitches high. $20. They call for 40 count linen, lakeside, vintage light exemplar. There's a DMC conversion, soie d'Oger, I think. A Verissois, it must be. A Verissois and MPI silks is the called for, but there is a DMC conversion. So this is what we're looking at here. Beautiful, beautiful work. That's just like the soft, light, pastel-y colors. Very pretty. Very pretty. Again, that is called AT 1797. Next up is Hermione Schaefer, 1863. $16. Here's a very simple, beautiful sampler. 3 different alphabets to work from. $16. It is 229 stitches wide by 169 high. They used 40 count linen by XG Designs called Marbled Pointer, and they used anchor thread. That one's really pretty. Next up is High Flying Bunny. High Flying Bunny. This one is $14. And we have a little bunny in a carriage being pulled by a little chick. Look at that. Isn't that fun? Look at the little kind of cobblestone road with all the little flowers kind of peppered throughout and in your little church on the hill. There's a lot going on in this one. $14. It is 241 stitches wide by 166 stitches high. That is deceiving. I thought it was going to be kind of like, a little small, maybe like 100 stitches wide, and that's about it. But no, it's a big one. 32 count linen by Fox and Rabbit in Mayflower. There is a DMC conversion in the chart, but they call for Gentle Arts in weeks. Beautiful. Another great spring option for you. This next one is called Literary Love Notes 2. These are really sweet. I love you. I love her, and that's the beginning and end of everything. Who being loved is poor. You could easily change that to I love him, and that's the beginning and end of everything without too much trouble. This is $12. Here are your stitch counts. 76 wide by 116 high, 135 wide by 59 high, 94 wide by 91 high. They stitch them on 40 count linen by XG Designs in beige gray. Called for is Weeks Dye Works, but there is a DMC conversion. That's a cute little, so $12, so you're paying $4 a chart, which is a great deal. Love that. This next one is called The Birdman Cometh. The Birdman Cometh. So what do we have here? Look at these colors. And look at the fabric colors. Like, this is amazing. This kind of looks like the bunny is on fire, doesn't it? Doesn't it look like it's on fire? I don't know. But really unique piece. I like it. This is $14. It is 126 wide by 137 high. Called for fabrics, 40 count linen by Weeks Dye Works, Aztec Red. There's a DMC conversion, but it calls for Gentle Arts, Classic Colorworks, and Weeks. Really unique piece. The Birdman Cometh. Those colors are so bright. They just pop off of that. All right, that is what we have from Little Robin Designs. Let's go on to Little Stitch Girl. Little Stitch Girl. All right, first up is Garden Social. Garden Social. This one is $18, and it looks like you get 3. This one says Flower Seeds Garden. This one says something about green thumb and vegetables. I can't quite read it. It's very light on the picture. This one says something about grow and bloom, and there's some other words up there. I'm not sure what they say. It is very pastel. I think that's just the called for threads. It's $18. It's a set of 3. It uses DMC and stitched on 28 count ice blue Lugana. It's really cute. Again, getting us in that, well, for those of us in the northern hemisphere, getting us in that spring mood. But I have seen some fall ones for those who are in the southern hemisphere. So this next one is called Party Like It's 1776. This is $10. And 1776, you have that long American flag and a bunch of people. Cute Americana patriotic. It uses classic colorworks and gentle arts. It's stitched on 25 count prim Lugana. Next up, we have Proud to be an American. All right, so for all my patriotic stitchers, Proud to be an American. So you get all of these charts. It's a book of 8 patriotic designs. This one says Liberty and Justice for All. This is a house with like a bunting and a flag. This looks like it's fireworks and a banner that says something I can't read. Happy 4th of July. This is great. This is, oh, look at this star with all the fireworks in it. This is perfect timing to get you ready for Memorial Day and 4th of July. $26. This book contains the patterns for 8 patriotic designs. They use the same palette of classic colorworks and gentle art sampler threads. They are all stitched on 32 count Edinburgh flax linen. Fun. That's a fun one. Okay. Next up is Stitching with Friends. This one is $6. And it says, the only thing better than stitching is stitching with friends. And you got some beautiful Quakers there. I agree with that 100%. $6. Uses DMC. They use 16 count French lace Aida for that piece. Super sweet. Next up is the meaning of the flag. Again, calling to all my patriotic stitchers. This one is $12. Okay, so she stitched, so you get 3 patterns, and she stitched it in red, white, and blue. So perseverance, purity, and valor. So that's really fun. $12. It contains 3 patterns, uses DMC, stitched on 32 count light taupe Lugana. So that's a really nice set. That's really unique. Like, I haven't seen anything like that, in terms of like patriotic stitching. So that one is called The Meaning of the Flag, and it is $12. That is everything from Little Stitch Girl. So Lucy Beam. I already know there's some Lucy Beam I want to add to my order. Or my list, I should say. This one is called Cross Stitch 24/7. Cross Stitch 24/7. It is a clock cross stitch, and you can see the clock face. That's her nose and her eyes 24/7. This is a really cool piece, $12. Especially like if you are in the 24/7, 24 hours of cross stitch is what I'm thinking of. Group. Stitch count is 72 by 99. Called for is gassed. There's DMC. They stitched it on 32 count Grandpa's Shop Rag by Lap and Loops. That's a very popular fabric for this market. Again, this is cute. This is called Cross Stitch 24/7. This next one is called Halloween Angel. I think Gary will probably be stitching this one. Halloween Angel. So it's a stocking with a witch in it. And it says boo, so don't be spooked. $12. 91 by 164. I mean, yeah, this part of it is all solid stitching. Gentle Arts, there's DMC, Wolfman, 32 count from Lap and Loops. Again, that one is called Halloween Angel. Next one, this one is absolutely on my list. It's called Immortal. Buying cross stitch like I'm immortal. This one cracked me up. I saw her release that on Facebook, and it just cracked me up. Buying cross stitch like I'm immortal. I can make it bigger, I think. There you go. I mean, can you even? This one is 98 by 137. Wow, that's bigger than I thought. Gentle Arts, and then it's on 40 count Crypt Cloth by Lap and Loops. Buying cross stitch like I'm immortal, don't we all? Next up is Joy Angel. All right, so we had our Halloween angel. Now we have our Joy Angel. So that one is less spooky. And again, you have this really pretty stocking, but it's not obviously Christmas stocking, right? It's really interesting. This one is $12. It is 87 by 143. Used a lot of DMC. Here's 745. You need 3 skeins of it. 32 count crypt cloth by Lap and Loops. Joy Angel, that one is called. Next up is Merry Halloween. Another one that I think Gary's just all about Halloween. Merry Halloween. Super cute. All those bubbles coming out. That dress. So much stitching. $12. It is 109 stitches wide by 68 high. DMC floss. 32 count Medusa's Gaze from Lap and Loops is the floss. Again, doesn't it look like, it looks like this tiny little piece in the picture, but it's 109 stitches wide. There's a lot of stitching there. Ooh, patriotic stitchers. You can't say no to this one. $14. This is 166 by 159. Gassed threads, some DMC on 32 count pushers, cerulean by Lap and Loops. Okay, let's look at this house. If you can get through stitching that house, I bow down to you. Look at, you have these waves in the background, which is like water. It's really unique. And then you have this huge flag, and then you have this house. I think you should stitch it and then show it to me. I'm not going to stitch it. It's called the Lake House. Next, we have our Valentine's angel. You can collect for angels for all the seasons, all the holidays. This is $12. This is our Halloween angel. Really, really cute. Your little stocking again. And a little angel. I think that's precious. This is 88 by 141 stitches. Gassed DMC are the threads. 32 count Graveyard Mist from Lap and Loops. Valentine's angel. This one is called Way to a Friend's. This is 247 wide, but only 81 high. The way to a friend's house is never long. Oh, that's sweet. The way to a friend's house is never long. They called for Gas Weeks DMC. It is stitched on 36 count Buttercup by Under the Sea Fabrics. That's a really sweet one. All right, that's what we have from Lucy Beam. Next up is Loohoo Stitches. Loohoo Stitches. Oh, this is a super sweet one. This one is called Flora's Basket. Look at this little bunny. Oh my gosh, that's so sweet. Yeah, that's darling with the tulips and all of that. Really darling. $12. Flora enjoys gathering flowers for her neighbors in her basket. This little piece has a stitch count of 59 stitches wide and 74 stitches high. It's finished with Lady Dots Creates Peony Mini Palm Trim and Berry Crushed Velveteen, and measures approximately 5 inches wide by 5 3/4 inches high. Of course, that depends on what size of fabric you use. Flora's Basket, really precious. Next up is Flora's Posies. Flora loves to pick the flowers outside her cottage to bring inside. This little bouquet has a stitch count of 56 stitches wide by 35 stitches high. It is also finished with Lady Dots Creates Peony Mini Palm Trim and Berry Crushed Velveteen, and is approximately 6.5 by 4 3/4. It is $9. Cute. That would make a super cute little set if you got both of those next to each other for your little springtime display. Wouldn't that be precious? All right, this one is called Flowers. Flowers. This is $12. And it says, we planted a garden of all kinds of flowers, and it grew very well. Because there were showers and the bees came and buzzed, this garden is ours. $12. This little portion of poem about flowers was penned by Harry Ben, and a version of it hangs on the wall of Tulip Cottage. The stitch count for these delightful words is 86 stitches wide and 96 stitches high. It's finished with Lady Dots Creates Peony. Sorry. Um, my tongue is getting tired of talking. Mini palm trim and berry crushed velveteen and measures approximately 6.5 by 7 inches high. The frame is from Hobby Lobby and spray painted in ivory. Really cute. $12. Next one is Mousy Sweetheart. Mousy Sweetheart. Look at this little piece. Perfect for Valentine's Day, but really anytime. Like the balloon is shaped like a heart, but that doesn't mean it has to be for Valentine's Day. This is $10. Mousy is stitched on a beautiful hand-dyed 28-count Lugana called Amanda from Grace Notes Fabrics, and it is shown here finished as a little pillow. This would make a great sachet filled with lavender scented stuffing. Stitch sample is done with amazing Lacine Cosmo flosses, and the chart includes a DMC conversion. So you could use Cosmo or DMC. Next up, we have Tulip Cottage. So this again is in that same series, would look very, very cute. Flora's Little Cottage has a stitch count of 142 wide by 105 stitches high. Oh, that's a big piece. The model shown above is finished with Lady Dot Crates, Peony Mini Palm Trim, and Berry Crushed Velveteen. Is 11 inches wide by 8.5 inches high. It is $13. Super cute. Again, Tulip Cottage. That one would be really sweet in that series here, right there. So you could get all three. So those are the offerings from Luhu Stitches. Next up, we have Luminous Fiber Arts. Luminous Fiber Arts. I'm going to take a quick sip of water. Luminous Fiber Arts. And our first one is Cottontail Farms. Cottontail Farms. Fancy grade A carrots. Isn't that cute? That's so darling for Easter, but spring. This one is $12. It is 159 stitches high by 94 stitches wide. It is stitched on 32 count antique ivory linen. It calls for classic color works, Weeks Dye Works, and DMC. I love the soft colors of that one. I go back and forth between liking like softer pastel-y colors and the bright pops of color. I'm not, it just depends. This next one is called Enchanted Quaker. Enchanted Quaker. So this is a Halloween piece. So you can see Nevermore, Cauldron, Bubble, Halloween. I like how that's written, Halloween. So this is really, really fun. Here's your ghost. That's a really fun piece. This is $14. It is 124 stitches high by 254 stitches wide. It is stitched on 32 count vintage Stormy Night linen by Zweigart. And it calls for 8 skeins of black coffee from Classic Colorworks. Now, of course, you can do whatever color you want. You could add color to it if you wanted. But I really like that one. You could stitch it on a darker fabric. You could use some pepper and some glow-in-the-dark floss if you wanted to as well. So it's a lot you can do with that. This next one is called Gathering Stitches. It is $12, and it is a sweet little stitchy piece. Look at this heart. That's really cute. That heart is amazing. I'm like, how do they do that heart? Oh, it's just X's, like we do all the time. $12. It is 76 stitches high by 76 stitches wide. They use 32 count Sparrow linen by Luminous Fiber Arts. Commercially available substitutes Picture This plus Doubloon or Zweigart Vintage Country Mocha. They use Classic Colorworks. They have trim by Lady Dots Creates. Collect the whole Gathering series. They have Gathering Berries, Gathering Clover, Gathering Honey, Gathering Acorns, and Gathering Snowflakes. So this is Gathering Stitches, $12. Perfect for your stitchy room or stitchy area. This one is called Hop Peep Leap. Oh my gosh, this is so darling. This is $12. Look at this. Hop Peep Leap. Oh my gosh. Why is this so sweet? This is so sweet. $12. It is 160 stitches high by 60 stitches wide, stitched on 32 count salted caramel linen by Luminous Fiber Arts. They recommend Heartland by Picture This Plus as a substitute. They call for Classic Colorworks DMC. It is part of a series of seasonal trios Be sure to check out Jingle Jolly Joy and Sneaky Spooky Spells. That one's really sweet. And that is our offerings from Luminous Fiber Arts. All right, next up we have Manny DiDonna. Tend to like her stuff a lot, so I'm a little scared. Manny DiDonna. So Patriotic Stitchers. This is called a Patriotic Couple. This is $15, but you get both Liberty and Uncle Sam. Really cute. Lots of stitching. Fabric linen, 32 count linen in the color linen by Weeks Dye Works. Each design is 65 by 65. They use sulky threads, but there is a DMC conversion. So you get both of those for $15. So that's a pretty good deal. Next up is called Old Main Street. This is another great one for the Patriotic Stitchers. This one is $15. And you can see it's just kind of like an old-timey Main Street. God bless America, land that I love. You have your barn. You have your antique shop. You have maybe that's like City Hall. And then you have your church. This one is stitched on 32 count hand-dyed linen Old Lawn by Manny DiDonna. It is 195 by 59 stitches. They call for classic colorworks. There is a DMC conversion. That one's really pretty. Old Main Street, that one is called. Next up, we have Peaceful Garden Sewing Set. This is a Nashville exclusive. This is $20. So you get, this looks like maybe a needle book, a scissor fob, and a pin cushion, I'm guessing. Peaceful Garden Sewing Set chart and finishing info is included. They recommend 30 count linen by Weeks Dye Works. Stitch count is 61 by 46. There's DMC conversion, and they used Lady Dots Creates Pom Pom Vanilla. I'm assuming the 61 by 64 is this large piece, but you would get all three in here in this set for $20. Okay, next up we have Red House Sewing Box. Red House Sewing Box. All right, so I'm assuming you get the chart for this and then these little fob charts as well. Really, really pretty. It's $26. You get the sewing box chart and finishing info. Fabric, they suggest is 32 count cocoa by Weeks Dye Works. You need a half yard. The stitch count is 385 by 117. Calls for Threadworks, Weeks Dye Works, and there's a DMC conversion inside. There's a Wool Felt Weeks Dye Works, and Lady Dot Creates Pom Pom. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Red House Sewing Box. Next up, we have the Red House Sewing Box, the sunflower pin. So if you want the pins for that, it is $10. And this is what they look like. Next up, we have Red House Sewing Box Accessory Pack. Okay. So includes 2 sunflower waxers. So that's those. Pre-cut Skirtex. I'm not sure what that is. Sunflower charm, which is right there, 5 cardboard bobbins, and a metal cord. $15. So if we go back up here, I think it's like the backing for this. It looks like the same shape as that. Here are the bobbins. Here's where the charm is, so you use it to lift that lid up, and then there are your pins. So that's how that would all fit together. Pins, and then the sewing box. Okay, so here we have our Salt Box House Autumn. Salt Box House Autumn. So for those of you who are entering autumn, this would be a really cute one. Got the scarecrow. You got some autumn colored quilts hanging outside. Really pretty. This is $10. This is 32 count hand-dyed linen in burnt sand. Each design is 61 by 70. But these are not, these are different pieces. So I'm not sure. Autumn. Next up is Saltbox House Spring. So we have the spring version. Same idea, just different colors. Cute. This one is $10. On burnt sand, it is 61 by 70. Oh, that's what they must mean by each piece. So each of the seasons. And here we have the summer. Got it. Okay, I'm with you. Look, you have the pink flamingos holding up the summer one with the sunflowers and the bees. This one is also $10. It is also on burnt sand. It is also 61 by 70. Do you think winter is going to be next? Saltbox House Winter. Look at that. Winter. This is really cute. Look at the snowman holding up the quilts. Oh, that's cute. And then a little bit of snow on the roof. Really sweet. $10. Burnt sand, 61 by 70. Saltbox House Winter. Oh, we have another page here. This is our tea time sewing set. So another chart from using the Trendway Soaks pack. It's always tea time. And look, inside you can put scissors. You could even fit little teas. That's really cute. Really, really creative. That one is $15. Chart and finishing info. They stitched it on 32 count cocoa by Weeks Dye Works. And again, they use the Trendway silk pack, but there is a DMC conversion inside. Tea time sewing set. I think that's really sweet. Oh my gosh, look at these charms. Tea time charms and a pin. So this is the pin here, and then you get these 3 tea time charms. Really sweet. That is $15. Super darling. Next up is United We Sand sewing books, Nashville exclusive. There's a lot of sewing kits, which I like. This one is $26. You get the chart and the finishing instructions. So it looks like you get this chart. I'm not sure if you get this down here with the stars, but you definitely get this. Again, they use 32 count cocoa by Weeks Dye Works. It is 70 by 37. There's a DMC conversion, but the called for is Weeks Dye Works. $26. Next up, we have the United We Stand pins and handles. Oh, I see. So you, so there's the pins and then the handles if you want to make it into the box. So for like drawer pulls, essentially. So it's $12 for that accessory pack. And that is what we have from Manny D. Donna. Very busy. She was very busy. Next up, we have Meridian Designs. Meridian Designs. First up, we have American Pie. It is a chart and finishing kit. American as apple pie. Look at that. Super cute. $17. Nashville exclusive. Only 100 available. I'm assuming that means for all of Nashville, for everybody, not just Garan. You get the chart and the finishing kit. The chart is 73 stitches wide by 44 stitches high. In the finishing kit, you get the backing and the finishing cotton fabric, the trims from Lady Dot Creates. You do not get the linen to stitch it on or the DMC floss. They suggest 32 count Autumn Belfast from Under the Sea Fabrics or 32 count white chocolate linen from Witchelt. So you would get the cotton, the fabric to finish it like a pillow. You get some of these trims, the pom-pom trims, and this fabric. $17, but if you want this, I would order it right away so that they are not sold out. Next up is Bitty Bites. This is cute. Meridian Designs. So, oh my gosh, If you like dessert, this is for you. This is really super cute. All sorts of different desserts. And what I like about this is you can just pick and choose. So like if somebody is having a birthday, you could just stitch like a little card or a tag for them and just stitch like their favorite dessert. Like if it's a birthday cake or if it's macarons or whatever it is, $11. It is 156 wide by 156 high for the whole piece. There are 45 colors of DMC. That's a lot. And Mill Hill beads. They suggest 40 count Rose Myrta Newcastle from Under the Sea or Blush Newcastle from Witchelt on 40 count. Cute. That one's fun. Next up, we have the Caribbean Sea Mermaid Juliana. Juliana. Really pretty. For those of you who like stitching mermaids, this one is gorgeous. $14. It is 151 stitches wide by 199 high. Calls for 38 shades of DMC. Also calls for Dinky Dye silk, Krynock 4 braid, Mill Hill beads, some crystals, some bicones. They suggest 32 count amphitrite, Jobelin from Under the Sea, or 28 count aqua blue light linen from Witchelt. Gorgeous. Just stunning. I also, I don't want to stitch it, but I want to see you stitch it. Okay, cool. This one's called More Pancakes. This is so cute. My favorite pancake topping is 2 more pancakes. That's darling. Look at that tablecloth. Look at how she got that dimension in there that looks like you could tell that this is the flat part and this is the part of the tablecloth that drops over the table. That's really, I would find that very hard to do. $9. It is 81 wide by 116 high, but like you're talking full coverage. This entire part down here is full coverage. 28 shades of DMC. They suggest 32 count Shimmering Seas Jobelin from Under the Sea Fabrics or light blue Lugana from Witchelt. That one is called More Pancakes, $9. And that is what we have for Meridian Designs. Next up, we have Mojo Stitches. Mojo Stitches. So this first one is called All My Red Threads. All my favorite threads are red. That's a really cute homage to those of you who like to stitch red samplers. That one is $10. It is 119 wide by 71 high. It is stitched 1/2 on 37 count Wild Honey by Legacy Linen, but can be stitched on any neutral. They use Cottage Garden threads, Gentle Arts, Classic, Colorworks, and Weeks Dye Works. All my favorite threads are red, $10. I like that one. Next up is LT 1909, an antique reproduction and a mini design. So this one is $18. So I'm assuming this is the original one right here, and this is the reproduction, and then here's your little mini, where she took some of the motifs. Really super cute. $18. Antique reproduction. The stitch count is 190 wide by 148 high. 36 count Vintage Coffee by Jay's X Stitch on Etsy of warm brown using Cottage Garden threads. And then you have the mini, which is 81 by 46. This is LT 1909. Next up is the Humble Sampler. The Humble Sampler by Harriet Turner, 1868. That really pretty. Who seeks to be first must rank himself last and learn with complacement to wait on the least. Harriet Turner, 1868. $18. It is 111 stitches wide by 221 stitches high on 36 count Toasted Mallow by Number 12 Stitch Co. on Etsy. It uses Gentle Arts, Classic Colorworks, and Weeks, only full crosses over 2. Again, this one is called The Humble Sampler by Mojo Stitches. And that is what we have from Mojo Stitches. Next up, we have Monticello Stitches. Monticello Stitches. This first one looks like a big one. Forever with the Lord. This is $18. Look at that border. It says, "Be still, my soul. The hour is hastening on when we shall be forever with the Lord. When disappointment, grief, and fear are gone, sorrow forgot, love's purest joys restored, be still, my soul. When change and tears are past, all safe and blessed, we shall meet at last." So this is $18. They used 32 count water lily linen by Witcholt. The design area on 32 count is 21.6 by 12.88, and it uses DMC, but they do not give us a stitch count. Don't be afraid. That one is called Forever with the Lord. So that was from Monticello. Next up, we have MTV Cross Stitch Designs. MTV Cross Stitch Designs. This first one is called Happiness in Every Stitch. $12. Look at that. That's just super cute. I love the font. I love the H, and I love the rest of the font and the flowers. That's really cute. Happiness in Every Stitch. It is $12. They used 36 count parchment by Weeks Dye Works and some gassed threads. Darling. Happiness in Every Stitch. Next up is my Spring Birdhouse Sewing Box. So you only get the chart, which is fine. It is $20. Fabric use, they use 30 count linen and light gold hand dyed using natural colors. They call for Weeks Dye Works and DMC. So, okay, so they're saying, oh, you only get the chart, but look, you get, it's not just the roof. At first I thought it was just the roof. No, you see how they have it lined with cotton fabric on the inside there, and it looks like this piece lifts up so you can get into the birdhouse. And you stitch all these pieces and then put it together as a birdhouse. They have a little hole cut out. You could get a little bird and have it stick out of there if you wanted or something. So that's really cute. My Spring Birdhouse Sewing Box. Oh, I guess you're supposed to put sewing accoutrement in there. But I would put a bird in there. Okay, so here's our kit. So you get the chart and then the kit, which is $100. Again, this is by MTV Cross Stitch Designs. So let's take a look at our pictures, and then we will get an idea of what we will get. Look at that. It's so pretty. That roof is just gorgeous. All right, let's look at what we get. We get the chart pack, which includes the chart. Okay, so this includes the chart. So you could get the chart only, or you can get the whole thing. 30 count light gold linen hand-dyed fabric, so it includes the fabric for finishing, pre-cut cardboards to finish the birdhouse, pre-cut skirtex, ribbon, little house needle minder, and spring house thread holder. So basically, you get everything. You probably don't get the floss, but you do get the fabric. So you need to get the floss, and you probably need a needle, and there'll be instructions. So $100 for everything to complete that. I think that's not a bad deal, honestly, for the kit. You could just do this, and if you are adept at cutting cardboard to the right size and all that, I mean, go for it for $20. I would not be. So if I were to get this, I would just do the kit, honestly. Here's a set of rose pins. This probably goes with that kit, I'm assuming. But you could do anything you want with them. They are very pretty. They are $15 for 3 pins. Next up, we have, and so you can buy these separately. Okay, so that's what they're showing us. You can buy them separately. Here's the needle minder that would come in the kit, $16. Or you can buy it all a la carte, which is kind of fun. Because if you say, well, maybe I don't need a needle minder, so why would I pay for it in the kit? Well, then you can pick and choose what you need. So here's our thread holder. Again, separate. This is $16. Just buy what you need. That's pretty. Look at those pretty floss colors too. Really, really pretty. That's really nice. I like it when they give you options, right? It's because not everybody needs everything or wants everything, or it's not in the budget for everybody to have everything. So you can kind of pick and choose what you want. All right, this is called the Pot of New Life Sewing Set. Pot of New Life sewing set. This is really sweet. This looks like a needle book, maybe? $16. They use 36 count parchment by Weeks Dye Works and stitched in dinky dyes. They use some Magnifica beads by Mill Hill and silk ribbon. And that is everything from MTV Cross Stitch. So that's really fun. Next up, we have My Big Toe. I'm going to take a sip of coffee here. All right, My Big Toe. This is called Building Block Rest. This is $8. The picture when I blow it up is a little bit fuzzy, so I can't quite make it out, but it says, let the beloved of the Lord rest secure in him. It's the first line, and it says rest, and it has a beautiful border. $8, 126 stitches wide by 126 stitches high on 28 count cashel linen in cream, and just a couple of gassed threads. $8. That is a huge piece for only $8. Building Block Rest, it's called. Next up is called Create Beauty. Create Beauty. It is also $8. It's just a little piece that says Create Beauty. It's really, really sweet. It is 63 by 63, stitched in French, country French linen in cafe mocha. Frame signed and numbered 4x4 circle opening, spray painted in satin vintage blush. I don't think you get the frame with it. I'm guessing you don't for $8, but I don't know. Not sure. This one is called Hope. It says Hope. It's very pretty. $8 also, and is 99 wide by 59 high. Suggested fabric is 32 count linen and artichoke, and suggested floss is Weeks Dye Works. Pretty. Next up is Taste and See. Taste and See. Taste and see that the Lord is good. And that is a Psalm 34:8, I think it says. Taste and see. $8. It is 71 stitches high by 71 stitches wide. They stitched it on 28 count Jobelin and lamb's wool, and they used Weeks Dye Works. Next, whoops. And that is what we have. Those are our offerings by My Big Toe. Next up, we have Needlework Press. Needlework Press. So our first one is Be a Friend Sampler. Be a Friend Sampler. So, oh, this is a cute way to do the alphabet. Look at that, A, B, C. And they have another alphabet there and another one there. But I really like that. Be a friend, it says. Without a friend, the world is but a wilderness. Really pretty. $16. We don't have sizes or anything. Oh, it says this series started with a Quaker-inspired sampler created several years ago by a dear friend, the late Susan Richardson. Although each is a standalone sampler, we use the same color palette in all three samplers so they could be displayed together if desired. We dedicate the sampler to our stitching friends everywhere. A companion sampler to Be Exceedingly Diligent and Be Kind. Okay, so I know Be Exceedingly Diligent has been, a lot of people are stitching that one. So you could do all three if you wanted, or just one of them. Whoops. Okay, so that's Be a Friend. This is called the Hannah Elliott Sampler. Hannah Elliott Sampler. It is $24. You have a big old border. You have a lot of scenes. You got a lot of birds in this one. You have a saying, greatest blessing of our God what mortals can explain. He gives us I'm sorry, I can't make it out. But I'm trying here. And then, yeah, this is really, really pretty. $24. That's all we know. We don't know the size, but that's okay. It's one stitch at a time. Next up, we have Hannah's Pomegranate Pin Keep. $10 for this. This is really sweet. Little pin keep there. And that's all we know. $10. Hannah's Pomegranate. Next up, we have Jane Bowen Sampler. Jane Bowen Sampler. Look at this giant rabbit right there. Remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth, while the evil days come not, nor the years draw nigh, when thou shalt say, I have no pleasure in them. She was 13 when she stitched this. Yeah, Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve. You got some angels up there. You got a nice border, a giant bunny rabbit. That's really pretty. Jane Bowen Sampler. Next up, we have Jean Morgan Sampler. This one is $20. Jean Morgan Sampler. Look at those colors. Those colors are getting me. Really, really pretty. So that one is $20, Jean Morgan Sampler. Next up, we have Lily Bates Sampler Pin Keep. Another pin keep for you. This one is $12. That's really sweet, isn't it? Lily Bates is my name. This tiny 1883 sampler commemorates the industry of its maker. Pretty, super pretty. $12. Next up, we have Sweet versus Samplers. Sweet versus Samplers. So a duo of sweet verses. So you get two. I can't quite make out what the verses are, but if you like stitching words and letters, these are great for you. Really pretty. Those are pretty. $20, but I think you get two. It's a collaboration with GGR Designs. All right, and that is everything being offered from Needlework Press. Next up is needle-made designs. Looks like we have two categories of needle-made designs, so we'll see if they're different or not. This first one is called Keep Kind Thoughts. Keep Kind Thoughts. This is only $10, and it says Keep Kind Thoughts. And that beautiful flower pot with the flowers and the little tiny bird. Model is stitched on fox and rabbit Duxbury linen with silks from Gloriana and Belsois. They do have conversions to overdyed and DMC. This is 75 by 79, so sweet little piece. Keep Kind Thoughts. Good reminder for us all, I think. Oh, that's what is offered, but from in that section of Needle Made, let's see if this one has anything different. Yes, it does. Okay, so arcaded pansy. So let's take a look and see if we can tell. So it's pretty small. Okay, so this is another like sewing box thing. I think you get this and maybe some other smalls in here. $16. The model is stitched on 37-count corn tassel legacy linen from Access Commodities. There are only two threads used, Schoolhouse Red and Tanager Green from Gloriana, but they do give you a DMC conversion. A beautiful mattress pincushion with instructions on how to make a cigar box into a fitted workbox. How much more fun could a project be? Step-by-step finishing instructions with color photos. Okay, yep. So they are using an old-time cigar box. I think this is the stitched piece because that one only has two colors. And then they give you instructions on how to finish it up. So that could be a really, $16, that could be a really fun project. I like that. Arcade Pansy. Next up, we have Black Squirrel and Flower Vase Scissor Purses. Want to make a purse? Okay, here you go. Models are stitched on 36 count mocha linen from Weeks Dye Works. Customers may certainly stitch on 28, 32 count linen, but they will need a larger purse frame. The purse frames are from Lacus, and then they give you information on that. The black squirrel purse was stitched in Gloriana, but there's a DMC conversion. The flower vase purse was stitched in Gloriana and Belle Soie, and also they give you a DMC conversion. These are $16. Now, again, keep in mind you will need a different size frame here for the purse if you stitch it on a different size fabric, if you are planning to make them into purses. Really, really cute. There's just, I know I said it earlier, but there's so much creativity here at this needlework market. This next one is called For the Love of Needle Etoile. I could never pronounce that word. This looks like a needle book. Really, really pretty. Look at those pretty buttons. I mean, I think that's just for the picture, but they're pretty. $18. This model is stitched on 37 count corn tassel legacy linen from Access Commodities. They have 85 by 158, and I think that's that book. Needle page, there's a decoration, 37 by 42. They use silk threads from Gloriana and Belle Soie, but they give you a DMC conversion. I think that's really pretty. Next up is Margaret Campbell, Wilton Cottage School, 1846. This one is $20. Let's take a look at it before we read about it. Okay, you got another big house. You got some grass and some gates. Oh, may thy spirit seal our souls and mold them to thy will, that our weak hearts no more may stray, but keep thy precepts still. Lots of big flowers. This is a big one. This model is stitched on fox and rabbit Duxbury linen in Aversoie, probably. Gloriana and Belle Soie. They give DMC conversion. I'm not going to read all those colors. This is $20. Stitch count is 198 by 234. So she's a big one. Again, this one is called Margaret Campbell Wilton Cottage School. Next up is Speak Kind Words. So we had our Think Kind Thoughts, I think it was, and now we have Speak Kind Words, $10. Fox and Rabbit Duxbury Linen with silks from Gloriana and Belle Soie. DMC conversion, 78 by 79. And the thread palette is the same. So you would probably have enough thread, I'm imagining, at least for most of the threads, to do both of them. All right, so that is what we have from Needle Made Designs. Wait, what did I just do? Okay, we already saw that. Okay, New York Dreamer. New York Dreamer. So first up from New York Dreamer is Dirty Dishes. This is $12. It says, the dishes are looking at me dirty again. That's super cute. And look at that cutout that they have it on. $12. It is 114 by 86. They use 32 count Kenneth by Grace Notes Fabrics. They have a DMC conversion, but they used Weeks Dye Works. The dishes are looking at me dirty again. That's really cute. Spring Alphabet Sampler. Spring Alphabet Sampler. This is also $12. A Bloom, C, D for Daisy, E, Flowers. I get it. This is 134 by 180. Again, they use 32 count Kenneth from Grace Notes Fabrics. They used Weeks Dye Works, but there is a DMC conversion. And then they tell you where to get the frame if you want that frame. Next up is Tea Time. This is one of the charts with the Tea Time pack, thread pack. Tea, a hug in a cup. Tea, a hug in a cup. Get that for all your tea lovers. $8. This is 99 by 66. Again, they use Kenneth by Grace Notes Fabrics. They give you the skew for the frame if you want this frame. That's great. And they called for Weeks Dye Works. Well, so maybe it's not a part of this. Tea time palette. I'm not sure. You certainly could use that palette if you wanted this and, got the thread pack for some other charts. You could certainly use it. There are no rules. Winter in a box. All right, I'm curious. Winter in a box. This is $14. This is 32 count country mocha. Stitch count is 340 by 51. Oh, because they're doing the whole box. Okay. They use Classic Color Works, but there's a DMC. Oval box was purchased from Michaels. Okay, so this is super cute. So it's like you basically wrap it all the way around the box, and then you can put your stitchy things in there. Really cute. $14. Winter in a box. You could also like put gifts in it or something like that, or put winter flowers in it. There's a lot you could do with that winter box. So that is everything from New York Dreamer. Next up, we have Nikki's Creations. Nikki's Creations. Here we have a Blue Jay kit. Oh, that's really sweet. It is $24. I'm not sure what you get in it. There was no further information given to us. I'm going to assume $24. I'm going to assume you get a button, maybe the cotton to finish it with, maybe the fabric. I'm not sure. Blue Jay kit. They did not give us further information. Next up, we have Easter Bunny. Easter Bunny, $14. Let's take a bigger picture. Look at that. Really sweet, light pastels. Love that. If you didn't want Easter on there, you could just take that out or put another word in there or something like that if you wanted. Easter Bunny, that one is called. Next up is Easter Needlebook. Easter Needlebook. This is also $14. We have a couple people enjoying some tea. They have some scissors and a sewing machine there. Cute. Easter Needlebook for $14. Next up, we have Friends Forever. Friends Forever. This is like a little bag. A little Easter. That's really sweet. And you could fill it with lavender. I'm not sure how big it is, but you could fill it with lavender, or, they have it hanging on a cupboard, hang it on your doorknob. Really cute. $14. Friends Forever. Okay, next up we have Spring Village. Spring Village, $14. Look at this. Isn't this beautiful? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I love those flowers down there at the bottom and all those houses. That's a lot of stitching, but really pretty. Look at these trees. Might be some specialty stitches in there. Super pretty. That is called Spring Village for $14. And that is everything from Nikki's Creations. Next up, we have October House Fiber Arts. October House Fiber Arts. So our first one is Americana Red. Americana Red. This is $12. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that alphabet. Look at how wide that W is. That's cute. This is beautiful. Isn't it? I think it's beautiful. This one is 217 by 259. 5 skeins of red licorice from Classic Color Works. They use 36 count creme brulee by R&R Reproductions. That is a huge piece for $12. Huge piece. Next up is Honey Fair. This is cute. $10. Little bee skip, little honeybee, and some really pretty flowers. That's really sweet. Although I didn't know it at the time, Strawberry Fair was the beginning of a series of designs. Honey Fair is a sweetly patterned bee skip set among the flowers. It is 92 by 68. They call for Classic Color Works, Gast, Weeks Dye Works. They use 32 count parchment by Weeks Dye Works. Super sweet. Next up is called Snip Snip. Snip Snip, $8. All your scissor lovers out there. It says Snip Snip up there. They made it into a pillow. Super cute. It is 124 by 37. They use Weeks Dye Works floss, and they stitched it on a 36 count cream and sugar by Fiber on a Whim. Next up, we have the Itch to Stitch. That's cute. $8. It is 125 stitches wide by, I think it said 30. And again, super easy to change to colors that you have on hand or your favorite colors. Yeah, 125 by 30. They stitched it in Classic Colorworks and Weeks, and they used a 36 count cream and sugar. I'm going to go ahead and write this one down. It is the Itch to Stitch. I think that's really cute for your stitching spot. It is $8. October House Fiber Arts. Next up, we have Vintage Tree. Vintage Tree for $10. Oh, this one's pretty too. It says Merry Christmas. Look at how pretty that is. Oh dear. 105 by 87. They used Classic Colorworks and Gas and Weeks. They used 36 count Aspen linen by Weeks. I'm going to write that one down. You know I can't resist. I haven't written anything down in a very long time. $10. All right. Next up we have, oh, that's everything, I guess. All the offerings from October House. Next up is Pansy Patch Quilts and Stitchery. So I have it highlighted here. I'm going to take a second, let you write down that name if you think you want anything from them. I take a sip of coffee. Okay, Pansy Patch. First up is Acorn House. Oh my goodness, look at this. There's a lot of stitching. This is $9. And you have a little squirrel. You have acorns. This is perfect for fall. Really super cute. Acorn House, $9. It is 97 wide by 87 high. Stitched on 36 count Dirty Teacup by Needle and Flax. One strand of floss over 2 threads because it is on 36 count. They call for Weeks, Classic Colorworks, Gentle Arts, but they give you a DMC conversion as well. Cute. It's a lot of stitching for such a small piece, you know. Next up is Betsy's Spring Basket. Betsy's Spring Basket. This one is $11. Look at those really pretty colors and flowers. Really light. This is 103 stitches wide by 104 stitches high. Stitched on 36 count Wren by Picture This Plus. One strand of floss over 2 threads. They call for Classic Colorworks, Gas, Weeks Dye Works, but they also do give you a DMC conversion. And that one is $11. Next up is Cinnamon House. Cinnamon House. This one is $9, and it just says Cinnamon House. Again, we have a little, the words are kind of, so you have a little squirrel, you have a big old house. Very fall, very pretty. This one is 97 by 87. Cinnamon House is stitched on 36 count, Dirty Teacup by Needle and Flax. It calls for Weeks Dye Works, Classic Colorworks, Gentle Arts, and they do give you a DMC conversion. $9 for that. The next one is called Harvest House. Oh, you're getting a set. You're going to have to buy them all. Just kidding. This one is Harvest House, $9. But that would be cute. Look at the little squirrels sharing the acorn or fighting over it, depending on how you look at it. Little pumpkins and acorns down there. They are getting us ready for fall already. 97 stitches wide by 87 high. Again, 36 count Dirty Teacup. Again, calling for Weeks, Classic Colorworks, and Gas, and they give you a DMC conversion. Next up is Summer Garden at Cranberry Manor. This one is $13. Look at this. This is so pretty. It says garden right there. Super pretty. That house is so pretty with the flower border. $13. Summer Garden at Cranberry Manor, stitched on 36 count Hemingway by Needle and Flax. Stitch count is 118 by 108. They use Classic, Colorworks, Weeks, Gentle Arts, and they give you a DMC conversion. Summer Garden. Next up is Tea Garden Pin Pillow. Okay, this one for sure is one of the Trenway Silks pack. because it has that symbol on it. Look at that sweet little piece. Very sweet little pillow. This one is $6. It is 60 by 60, so little small. It is just a pin pillow. It's very cute. Stitched on 36 count Bria by Needle and Flax. Uses the Trenway silks, but they do give you a DMC conversion. That one is called Tea Garden Pin Pillow. Next up, that is everything from Pansy Patch Quilt and Stitchery. Next up, we have Petal Pusher. Petal Pusher. We have this fresh picked lavender. If you are a lavender lover, this one is so pretty. If you love purple, this one is so pretty. If you didn't want the word lavender for some reason, that would be easy enough to take out, and you just shorten the border, which would be easy enough to do, I think. Lavender. This one is $12. They stitch it on 32 count vintage maritime white. They call for Gast and Weeks, and it is 149 stitches wide by 91 stitches high. I really like that one. Is beautiful. Now, if they had a daisy one of that, I would get that. Hang 10 heifer. This is $6. This is a surfing cow with a little crab. This is darling. Hang 10 heifer. Super cute. This is 28 count Nessie linen by Picture This Plus. They call for DMC. It is 51 by 72. It's super cute and just really funny. The next one is Lucky Berry. Oh, that's cute. So if you know somebody who's making a big change or something or needs some luck, this just says good luck with a horseshoe. You could do that in Krynic if you wanted. Get a little sparkle. It is $8, 32 count light mint Lugana stitched in DMC. It is 87 stitches wide by 57 stitches high, and it is called Lucky Berry. Next up, we have Patrolling Poultry. So this kind of, I think, goes in this series with the surfing heifer. Patrolling, so they're lifeguards, but they're chickens. That's really cute. $6, 28 count Nessie linen by Picture This Plus in DMC, 51 by 72 stitches. And it has that same border, which is super cute. Patrolling Poultry. Sandy Swine, another one. $6, also in 28 count Nessie, also in DMC, 41 by 72 stitches high. That is so cute. You can get them all. Sandy Swine, you can get them all. You can just get the ones you like, whatever you want. Scuba Stallion. So you want a scuba diving horse? Of course you do. $6. That is so funny. That's really funny. These are hilarious. 51 stitches wide by 72 stitches high. Next up is Sun Loving Sheep. Same series, $6. Everything else is the same. He has this big straw hat on. Got some seagulls in there. Super cute. 41 stitches wide by 72 high. You could do these all on one piece if you wanted to. Oh, we're going to switch gears a little bit. Victorian Samplings. Victorian Samplings. This is $16. Look at that with the butterflies and the flowers. And then you get these little smalls too. Victorian Samplings. Birds, Butterflies, and Blooms. I assume that's that one. Red Letter K Mini Sampler. I think that's that one. And Floral Urn. Maybe it's, I'm not sure. So they give you all the information. I'm not going to read each of these, if that's okay. They are all in DMC. They have variant. The biggest one is a 91 stitches wide by 120 high. Birds, Blooms, and Butterflies. I think that's this one. Oh yeah, the bird is right there. It's like, I don't see the birds, but that one's right there. This one is the K sampler. $16, and you get all three of them, which is good. Oh, not sure if these are sold together or individually. Okay, so they are not sure, so I shouldn't say that. My guess is that you're going to get all three of them, but we are not sure. $16. And that is everything from Petal Pusher. All right, next up is Pixel Pixie Stitch. Pixel Pixie Stitch. So the first step is called Be My Sweet Tea. Again, this is part of the Trenway Silks thread pack. This is 59 by 59. It is $6. And this is Be My Sweet Tea. And then they have like tea names all around it. Very cute. This would be a really cute Valentine's Day gift, I think. I mean, everyday gift too, but I think it'd be cute for Valentine's Day. They use it on 16 count block Aida, but they recommend linen. Because it has some fractional stitches, that's why. Be My Sweet Tea. And that is everything from Pixie Stitch. Next up, we have Praiseworthy Stitches. Praiseworthy Stitches. We have Busy Bee Pinball Kit. Look at this. So pretty. It almost looks like an egg, doesn't it? $16. It is our show exclusive. It includes linen, floss, finishing discs, fabric, and ribbon. All materials and complete finishing instructions are included. So you get everything you need for $16. So that's a great deal, I think. Next up is Cardinals and Evergreens Kit. This is also a limited edition kit. It comes packaged in an acrylic gift box. It includes a housewife, a needlebook, beaded scissor fob, and pin cushion. All materials and complete finishing instructions are included. This is also only $20. So you can see, I really like this. A cardinal sat in a snowy evergreen, dressed in his red coat so berry bright. Super cute. Super, super cute. I'm going to write that one down just in case I need it. I'll decide. I mean, that's such a $20 for a kit. Now, these kits, you know, they might sell out, you know, because they have limited stock. And it's by Praiseworthy. Oops. And then next up, from Praiseworthy, we have Chilly Willy Stacker. Oh, this is really funny. Okay, $20. So, how unique is this? So this is, you stack it a snowman. It's almost like, I mean, I don't know that they're not Biscornus, but almost look like Biscornus, and you have different images, and you make them smaller, and you create a snowman. So creative. $20. Following our other fun stackers is Chilly Willy. It is a delightful look at winter. An antique spool will be included in the chart at market. I wonder if you use the spool for the hat, maybe? They call for Weeks Dye Works, 32 count linen, Mystic Fabrics, Brain Fog. They give you all of that information, and some cotton. $20. Great deal. I think that's super cute and super unique. I guess they have other stackers. I don't know that I've ever seen them, but Christmas Joy Kit, $12. Limited edition kit comes packaged with an acrylic globe, beads, ribbons, and trim. Everything you need. Christmas Joy Kit. Super cute. Just going to write that one down just in case. Christmas Joy Kit, $12. Okay. Next up, we have Haunted Hillside Farm. Haunted Hillside Farm. Ooh, look at this. This is only $14. Look at all that stitching. Look at the cat in the tree, the ghost. Look at all that stitching. For $14, are you kidding me? This is super cute. Look at that border of just giant X's. Gary is for sure going to stitch this one. Have you had time to visit the Haunted Hillside Farm? This is not your typical pumpkin farm visit. Just look at those glowing pumpkins, the hanging spiders, and the spectacular ghosts. They are all ready to spend their time haunting you as you visit them. Chart includes complete finishing instructions. Oh, and up here it says Happy Halloween. Super cute. They call for Weeks and Gast threads, 32 count Dawn linen from Picture This Plus. There is some Jabco buttons and Mill Hill beads and DMC diamond thread. Stitch count is 140 stitches wide by 179 high. That one is definitely I'm thinking about it. This one is called Simple Gifts Snow. It is $14. Really pretty. Look at those blues. Peace, snow, frosty, cold. Quakers. What more could you ask for? Really pretty. Our latest in our Quaker series. Stitched in blues and white, the snowflakes and snowmen celebrate the season. They call for weeks. And there's some Krynic blending filament, 32 count crystal Ariel linen from Picture This Plus. It is 212 by 214 stitches. Gorgeous. Next, that's it for Praiseworthy Stitches. So next up we have Primrose Cottage Stitches. Primrose Cottage Stitches. And first up we have St. Patrick's Day. I don't really celebrate St. Patrick's Day. I think I might have a very, very tiny bit of Irish in me, but not much. But here you have all your favorite kind of St. Patrick's Day words. I think that's really cute. The green and the gold. This one is no price. It's 90 by 91, 28 count white fabric, and it's DMC. You could totally get some Krynic or something. I mean, this needs some sparkle, right? Some razzle dazzle. Get you some Krynic or other sparkly floss and do all the gold and sparkles or most of the golden sparkles. That one's called St. Patrick's Day. That is the offering from Primrose Cottage Stitches. Puntini Puntini is up next. Puntini Puntini. First up, we have Chilly Winter. This is $9. You get a big house. It says Chilly Winter. Really pretty winter flowers. Super cute. This is 78 stitches wide by 56 stitches high. So a nice small piece, but a lot of stitching with that house. Next up is Cozy Autumn. So another house. Oh, see? Are we seeing a theme? $9, 78 stitches wide and 56 stitches high. Cozy Autumn. Next up, we have Hot Summer. Yeah, you are. Hot Summer, $9, 78 stitches wide by 56 stitches high. Look at that bright. I think that's a pink, maybe a red. Hard to tell on my computer screen. And do you think there's going to be a spring one? Oh, yeah, warm spring. Okay, but these are in alphabetical order, so we have to wait. We have to be patient. This is called Just One More Chapter. Just One More Chapter and Other Lies I Tell Myself. That's super cute. There's a lamp. There's a little girl reading some tea or coffee and her stack of books. Really cute. This one is $12. It is 103 stitches wide by 63 stitches high. They stitched on 35 count Weeks Dye Works Cocoa, and there's DMC floss. Perfect for your readers. And then we have the Warm Spring House. 78 by 56. This is $9, so you can get the set and change them out each season. Beautiful. Next up is When I Think of S through Z. So they have the entire alphabet. This is $30. Stitch count of each square is 45 by 45, but you get all of these letters when I think of the alphabet. So you can collect it all. $30, 45 by 45. And then next up we have When I Think of Cooking. So for the people who love cooking, that is not me. I do not like cooking very much. It takes too much time away from my stitching. But I understand that's a hobby for some of you. Look, I love how she is like holding the lid over here. I just love that. She's holding the lid, her cute little apron. When I Think of Cooking, it is 100 stitches wide by 56 high. They stitched it on 35 count Weeks Dye Works Cocoa, and it's DMC floss. Next up is When I Think of Easter. Perfect timing. $12. I'm not sure when Easter is this year, actually. This is super cute. Look at this little palette. Artist palette, the little bunny, the little chick holding the tulips. That's really, really darling. That is $12. It is 112 stitches wide by 51 stitches high. It is stitched on 36 count vintage country mocha, and it calls for DMC. Super cute. When I Think of Easter. Next up is When I Think of the Alphabet. Okay, so this is A through Z. So we showed you the S through Z. This is the whole thing. If you want the whole thing, this is $90. but you're going to get all of this. So I think you actually get both. So you get the A, B, C, D, this piece of it, or you can do it like a sampler like this, or both. It doesn't tell us, but I think you get both. I'm assuming you get both options. So, really, I mean, this is going to be huge. Each of these squares is 45 by 45, and you have the whole alphabet, plus there's a couple, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4 by 7. So you get 28 charts, plus another 28 charts. For $90. I mean, that's not that bad when you break it down like that. And there's a lot you could do with it. So when I think of the alphabet, you get the whole alphabet. So that is everything being offered at Market by Putini. Next up, we have Queenstown Sampler Designs. I know they had a lot of samplers last year at Nashville, and I had not started a single sampler last year. So none of theirs really spoke to me because I was like, I'm not a sampler stitcher. Well, now I've started several samplers, so we'll see, right? So here's a really pretty houses, border, couple alphabets. On the tree of life eternal, man, let all thy hope be laid, which alone forever vernal bears a leaf that shall not fade. Very pretty. This one is $24. They stitch it on 37 count legacy linen and wild honey. It is 190 stitches tall by 199 stitches wide. They call for MPIs. Any level. It says any level. So I think it's just full crosses. I have a cat crawling on my table right now. Not that you can see him, but he is right here. Eliza Dodge, 1829. Let's take a closer look. This is $28. Again, beautiful alphabet. You can see where, this is a reproduction. So you can see where some of the alphabet is not quite straight, but that's okay. Brought the sampler, she was 12. I mean, I wasn't doing this when I was 12. I don't know about you. Some of you probably were. $28, 36 count linen, Weeks Dye Works. 195 stitches high by 211 stitches wide. Called for MPI silks. There are some specialty, but don't let that scare you. If you love it, you can do it. All right, next up we have Elizabeth D. Reiter, 1816. Elizabeth D. Reiter, 1816. This one is $20. Look at that. That's beautiful. She was 14 years old when she did this. Beautiful, beautiful work. $20. 37 count Russian tea cake by Legacy Linens. It is 252 stitches high by 159 stitches wide. Again, they call for MPI silks and they say any level. So it must be full crosses. Next up is Hannah Wolger, 1835. This one is $20. Be Christ my pattern and my guide, his image may I bear. Oh, may I tread his sacred steps and his bright glories share. So that is really pretty. You have some pots here and then some flowers and the lady. This one, they stitched it on 32 count Belfast Latte. It is 127 stitches high by 131 stitches wide. It calls for DMC. There's a few back stitches. Next up is Harriet Cooper, 1843. This one looks like a lot of stitching. This is $24. Look at that. Look at that. Have you ever seen anything like this? Look at all the stitching. I mean, this is going to keep you busy for a while, but look at that. Look at that little kid with the dog, couple walking. I mean, you can just, this just really gives you a feel for the scene, right? $24. 32 count antique ivory. It's 150 stitches high by 258 stitches wide. They call for 1 Weeks Dye Works cotton and the rest is DMC. And it's just straight crosses. But let's look at that again. Look at that. That's tempting. I'm not going to do it. Not right now anyway. But it's tempting. I think you should stitch it and then show it to me. This next one is called Jeanette Kirtland, 1821. She was 11 when she stitched this. So you got some alphabets, some of those big houses, and that border. Really pretty. This one is $24. They stitched it on 37 count wild honey. It is 170 stitches high by 208 stitches wide. They stitched it in MPI silks. Next up, we have Mary Hackney, 1819. Mary Hackney, 1819. Beret with snares on ever hand in, I'm sorry, I can't quite make that out. I'm so sorry. Look at that huge house. That would be fun to stitch. So again, this is called Mary Hackney 1819. This one is $34. They stitched it on Fox and Rabbit 40 count hog bristle. It is 290 stitches high by 205 stitches wide. They call for MPI silks. There are some specialty stitches, eyelet, straight, stem, and satin. That's a huge one on 40 count. I mean, I wouldn't do it on 40 count, but wow, that's beautiful. Next one is Mary Wright, 1817. This is $20. Oh, may my feet ne'er run astray, nor rove nor seek the crooked way. Really pretty. This one is stitched on 32 count antique ivory. It is 224 stitches high and 168 stitches wide. They call for one Soie d'Alger, needlepoint silks. There are an eyelet stitch, but nothing to worry about there. Next up, we have Susan Schlitzer, 1845. I have to be very careful with how I'm pronouncing that. Susan Schlitzer, 1845. I am drawn to these colors like you would not believe. Look at those colors, and it's just all flowers. It's just all flowers. It's beautiful. $30. It's stitched on XU Designs 32 count golden brown. It is 240 stitches high by 232 stitches wide. DMC cotton. Beautiful. Not going to write it down yet, but I'm going to keep it in mind. All right, that is everything from Queensland Sampler Designs. Next up, Rebel Stitcher, my friend and yours, Rebel Stitcher. First up, we have Anne Pilgrim, 1819. Anne Pilgrim, her work, age 14. As a reproduction sampler. It's beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. This one is $26. Fell in love with this unique sampler and lovingly reproduced it. The called for colors are very cheerful and vibrant as I use my best judgment on what the silks looked like when 14-year-old Anne originally stitched this gem. Model is stitched on 40 count hog bristle by Fox and Rabbit with Soie d'Alger silk. There is a DMC conversion. It is 255 stitches by 289. So it's a big one. Let's take another look. Very, very beautiful. Next up from Rebel Stitcher Designs is Civil Samplers. Civil Samplers. $18. So you get all three, I believe. The Cage Bird Sings. The Cage Bird Sings for Freedom. This one says, never ever be afraid to make some noise and get in good trouble. Necessary trouble. This one says, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. $18. This booklet contains 3 charts inspired by quotes of civil rights pioneers. Called for is Classic Color Works and DMC. Civil Samplers. Next up is Happily Ever After. This is $15, and it says, there once was a woman who gave no F word, not even one. She lived happily ever after. So if you don't like cursing, this one might not be for you. But $15, this is a snarky sampler. I imagined a woman who stopped caring about what other people thought and just lived her best life. Complete with a pink house, prancing bunnies, a peacock, and flowers. This model was stitched on 40 count milk chocolate by XG Designs. Called for is classic color works. It is 222 stitches by 155 stitches. That's a big piece for only $15. And that is everything from Rebel Stitcher Designs. Next up, we have Red Barn Samplers. Red Barn Samplers. So first up, we have Anne McDonald, 1788. This one is $18. So this is a sampler. This says Anne, the daughter of Terence and Betty McDonald, made this work in the 8th year of her age, 1788. She was 8. Oh my goodness. $18. This one is 85 stitches wide by 272 stitches high. Again, this would be a great one to do maybe on banding because it's not very wide. The design contains regular cross stitch, rice stitch, and Algerian eyelet. However, specialty stitches may be substituted using regular cross stitches. Anne McDonald, 1788. And that's from Red Barn Samplers. Next up is Rami's Creations. Rami's Creations. First up is Autumn in a Snowball. This is $14. Stitched on 32 count linen. Whispering Summer Sky by Mountain Air Fabrics. Threads by Rami's Creations and DMC. Thread pack is available for $24 only by pre-order. It is 98 stitches wide by 77 stitches high. Super cute. Look at that. Autumn in a snow globe. That's what it is. It's really cute. Look at the falling leaves. You really get that sense of motion, right? Oh, and a snowball, I guess, not snow globe. Next up is Christmas Needlebook, $14. This is Christmas needles and pens with a cute little penguin. Look at that little beautiful red felt in there. And on the back it says Stitch with Love, and there's a kitty cat. Super cute, would make a great gift. $14. Stitched on 32 count vintage stormy gray Belfast linen by Zweigart with Rami's Creations, threads, and DMC. Again, thread pack you can get for $20 only through pre-order. It is 5 skeins, 59 stitches high by 144 wide. Super cute. Next up is Christmas Train, and you get 4 buttons with this. This is $14. So if you have a train lover in your life, oh, the buttons are the wheels here. Super cute. Stitched on 32 count vintage country mocha Belfast linen. You can buy the thread pack for $24. It is 40 stitches high and 120 wide, and that's for all 3 of them together. You could also stitch them on the same piece of fabric if you didn't want to finish 3 different pillows if you wanted to. Next up is Coffee is My Remedy Pin Keep. Coffee is My Remedy. Super cute. Coffee. I love coffee so much. That's $10 stitched on 32 count linen and vintage country mocha. There is a thread pack for $12. It is 49 stitches wide by 46 high for just a little piece, but very cute. Next up is your Halloween needlebook. So for you Halloween lovers out there, this one is also $14. Same setup, Halloween needles and pins, and on the back it says Stitched with Love and just Halloween theme. So you have that dark navy blue felt. This one is 32 count vintage country mocha. There is a thread pack at $20. It is 59 stitches high and 144 stitches wide. Next up is Halloween Train. So same idea, just a different theme. This one is $14. Again, trick or treat. You can do it all in one piece if you wanted to, or separate like they have it here. 32 count vintage country mocha, thread pack at $24 only during pre-order. It is 40 stitches high and 120 stitches wide. Halloween Train, and you do get the buttons on this one as well. Next up is Spring in a Snowball. You might have to tilt your head a little bit to see this one on the side here, but cute little bunny out picking tulips. Very cute. $14. This is, again, stitched on Whispering Summer Sky by Mountain Air. There is a DMC and Rami's Creation thread pack at $32. 98 stitches wide by 77 stitches high. Again, that is called Spring in a Snowball. Next up is Summer in a Snowball. Summer in a Snowball, same idea. We have island and beach theme. Really, really cute. $14. Whispering Summer Sky. Thread pack is $32. This one is 98 stitches wide by 77 stitches high. So you can get the whole kit, or all 4 seasons, right? This next one is Tea Ammo Pin Keep. This is $10. Tea Ammo. So that's cute. So you can put, well, I guess it's a pin keep, but you could also put tea in it. 32 count Vintage Country Mocha. Classic Colorworks Belle Soie. It is 49 stitches wide by 68 stitches high. Seen a tea theme this year, huh? Here's Tea O'Clock, and this is using that Trenway Silks thread pack. This is really super cute. It's Tea O'Clock. Looks like there's some beads in there and like a tiered tray with some little goodies. Super cute. $10. 32 count white Belfast linen. It's 55 wide by 47 high. And I love that backing that they have it on. Next up is, let's see. Oh, the frame. So you can buy the frame, just the frame, which is nice. So this is $18. Will fit all of the other designs of the Stitch the Rainbow collaboration. So the Trenway Silks collaboration, it will fit all of them. So that's great. You could even change it out if you wanted to. And then here's our Winter in a Snowball piece to complete it. $14. Happy little snowman there. There is a thread pack at $32. Still on the same fabric. It is 98 stitches wide by 77 stitches high. And that is everything from Rami's Creations. Next up is Rosewood Manor. Rosewood Manor. Oh wow, look at this one. Cobham House Sampler. This is very dark fabric. I can't quite read what it says at the top. But that will keep you busy for a long while. That's $19. It is 317 stitches wide by 186 high. They stitch on 32 count Fossil linen by Picture This Plus, and they call for weeks dye works. Cobham House Sampler. Next up is Dragonfly Dreams. This one is $17, and so you can see all the dragonflies, and it just has some words of inspiration, good luck, courage, happiness, and so forth. $17. It is 173 stitches by 315. It is stitched on 32 count clones by Under the Sea Fabrics, and it calls for DMC 310. You need 4 skeins of it, and the diamond, and then a rainbow gallery. Beautiful. Very unique piece. Doesn't look like your typical Rosewood Manor pieces, does it? This next one is called High Tide. High Tide. Let's take a closer look. Really, really pretty for all you sea lovers. Super pretty. Lots of sea life going on. This one is $17. The stitch count is 180 by 320. It is stitched on Midnight Mermaid linen, 32 count by Under the Seas. Has DMC. It also calls for weeks dye works and some blending filament as well. Again, that one is called High Tide. Next up is Lacy Cottage Sampler. Lacy Cottage Sampler. This is beautiful. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful. Lacy, look at all that. I just love all the variation in there. It is $18. It is 175 stitches wide by 317 stitches high. I feel like a lot of really big pieces this year at Market. They use 32 count London Fog linen by Under the Seas, and the called for is Weeks Dye Works. I love the palette of colors in that one. It's just kind of, it's not monochromatic at all, but it just flows together. This one is called Royals of the Kingdom. This is $22. Royals of the Kingdom. So a little married couple there, some doggos. Beautiful. I just love this design down there. This is 367 wide by 217 high. They stitched it on 32 count white or antique linen, mostly DMC 310, and then there are some rainbow gallery as well. Next up from Rosewood Manor is That Is Everything. So that is everything from Rosewood Manor. Next up is Running with Needles and Scissors, and I know there are some from this one that I want as well. Again, it's called Running with Needles and Scissors. First up is a Spanish red Mara Masalers, 1891. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Spanish sampler. Very pretty. This one is $12. It is 147 by 157. They stitched it on 45 count foxtail, and they call for needlepoint silk scarlet. Super pretty. So there's the original and there's the reproduction. Next up is Beloved. This one is absolutely on my list. It is $25. Look at that bird. Birds and the alphabet and the frame or the border. Super pretty. Beloved. This is stitched on 46 count Steinbach by Needle and Flax. I will be doing on 32 count. It calls for DMC and anchor. It is 220 by 252 stitches. There's cross stitch, satin stitch, and eyelet stitch. Beautiful. I'm getting that with Robin and Andrea. Next up is Isabella Lee, 1845. Again, a reproduction. Very pretty. She was 9 when she did that. Look at that alphabet. So pretty. Aged 9. $16. It was stitched on 40 count sampler gold by Color and Cotton. It calls for Classic Colorworks Week Stye Works. It is 163 stitches by 138. There's cross stitch, tent stitch, race stitch, and chain stitch in here. Isabella Lee, 1845. Next up, we have My Little Sampler. This one I also have on my list. I think it's super cute. My Little Sampler. Look how pretty that is. And it is little. It's just a little sampler. It's on my list. I think it's so pretty. It is $31, but you get the Gloriana silk floss for 36 count and up. 40 count parchment, Gloriana silks, 122 by 116. I'm going to assume, I know Gloriana is very hard to find right now, but I'm going to assume that if I need extra, I can get extra. I'm not sure. So you get $31 pays for the silk and the chart. All right, next up we have stitch buttons. This is super cute. This is the kit. It's $38, so it says stitch. Really, really cute. You get the finishing instructions. You get 32 count Silver Moon Lugana. You get a spool of custom dyed silk by hand dyed fibers. You get the button holder, so this thing, and the chart. And it says stitch. Very cute. $38. Next up, we have, that's everything. All right. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break and rest my voice, and I will come back and we will start back up. You will not even notice. Thank you so much for letting me take a quick break. I didn't realize I was starting to shake a little, so I ate some food, which helped. All right, so we will finish back up. So we just finished with running with needles and scissors. So we are on now to the lovely Becca with Sambry Stitches. She is wonderful, wonderful human. So she has Adventure Sampler, which is $12. Let's take a look at this. This is very much a Pacific Northwest sampler. Beautiful bluebird border there. You have Bigfoot there, who is known to live in this area. You have the rain. You have the forest. It's really pretty. It has been at Acorns and Threads for a little while, but I believe she's releasing it to everyone now. So this one is 119 by 151 stitches. Robin from Bird's Eye Stitches is currently stitching this, so you can check out her FosTube channel, Bird's Eye Stitches, to see her progress. It is stitched on 18 count Fall by Bestitch Me and calls for 16 colors of Bestitch Me Silks, Weeks Dye Works, and DMC, and she does have a DMC conversion. So that is called Adventure Sampler. Next up, she has Anne Bowen, 1870. This one is $12. So we have this beautiful floral border. This is a reproduction sampler. Very pretty. Very pretty. Very, like I said earlier, like, you know, it's not a lot of motifs all together. This is $12. It is 145 by 195. She used 20 count Tephra by Cedar River Linen and Design and DMC floss. Just $12 for that big piece. Next up is the beach sampler. So again, if you are a beach person, this is only $12. You have your mermaid, you have your lighthouse, sandcastle, orca, your little crab, all of that good stuff that you can see at the beach. This one is 135 by 184. She stitched it on 18 count Reef by Bestitch Me. And there are 16 floss colors by Bestitch Me Silks, but she also gives you the DMC conversion. Next up, she has Spring is Here. This one's super cute, Bigfoot in Spring. This is taking some of those symbols from the Adventure Sampler, but you have Bigfoot with the rain and the little snail. It's so cute, getting ready for spring. Even Bigfoot needs to get ready for spring. This one is $7. It is 70 by 70. She stitched on 20 count Vintage by Bestitch Me in Bestitch Me Silks, but there is also a DMC conversion. Bigfoot in Spring. Next up is L'Chaim Sampler, To Life Sampler. L'Chaim, I think it is. Sorry about that. It says, be as enduring as the tiger, as enduring as the tiger, as free as the eagle, as fleet as the deer, as strong as the lion, so as to fulfill the will of your Father in heaven. L'Chaim Sampler, $15. This one is 187 by 220 stitches. It is on 18 count Aquarius by Bestitch Me. She used Bestitch Me Silks, and there is a DMC conversion. And next up is Margaret Sipkins, 1815. This is a market exclusive. This one is $18. Look at this beautiful, beautiful sampler, or sampler. I mean, there's no alphabet, so maybe it's not considered sampler. It's pretty either way. I like that little spark of red right there. This one is 267 by 188 stitches. It is stitched on 40 count Vintage Country Mocha in DMC. Margaret Sipkins. Next up is Spring on Autumn Hills Place. This one is $8.50. So this is a super cute one. You have a bee skip on top of a house. That's really funny. You have your little snail, your butterflies. Super cute, really springy piece. This one is 125 by 90. It is deceptively large. I was not expecting it to be that big. It is on 18 count Twinkle by Bestitch Me. And she used Cosmo floss for this one. But she does provide us with a DMC conversion. So cute little spring piece. Well, not so little, actually. I was expecting it to be a lot smaller. And that is everything offered by Becca from Stanbury Stitches. Moving on now to Shannon Christine Designs. She has this, oh my gosh, this Easter bunny. What? Okay, this one. I really like Shannon Christine Designs. I don't know that I've ever stitched anything from her. But look at this bunny. I mean, yeah, that's a lot of white, but I think it's these colors. It's just called Easter Bunny. It is $14. We don't know the size. But look at that bunny. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of white stitching, but that is darling. Okay, I don't stitch a lot of Easter, but oh, see, look at these colors. I just love her stuff. Okay, calm down, Carolyn. This is Hello Spring by Shannon Christine. Look at those colors. Do you like bright? Are you tired of long, dreary winter days? Buy Hello Spring by Shannon Christine Designs, $12. Next up is Key to My Heart. This is cute. This would be a cute Valentine, but you could do it anytime. You hold the key to my heart. You could even get like a key, an actual key, and put it on there if you have a spare key. That would be cute. Key to My Heart. We don't have any further information on these, so. What's this one? Morning Glory Manor. This one is $18. Look at those blues. There's another key. This one would also be really pretty for like, you could maybe, if you wanted to, change out the alphabet and put your address, as like this is our home type place. Put your address or your street name or your, if you live in a subdivision, your subdivision name or something like that. That would be really pretty. I love this arbor. Really, really pretty. Morning Glory Manor, $18. That's everything from Shannon Christine Designs. Next up, we have Silver Creek Samplers. Silver Creek Samplers. First up is Deputy Doxy's Posse. So all you dog lovers out there, get a long little doggy. That's so cute. That's really cute. So there you go. Lots of stitching. There's a lot of stitching in that, but super cute. $13. This is stitched on Latte 18 count Ada by Fiber on a Whim. There's a DMC conversion, but it calls for Gentle Arts and DMC. Super cute. Next up is Freebie. Get it? Play on words. All American Freebie. So super cute, like patriotic. For my patriotic stitchers out there. This one is $12, stitched on 18 count Latte Ada by Fiber on a Whim as well. And it has a DMC conversion, but called for Weeks Dye Works to get that variegation in there. Excuse me. Next up is Introverted. Oh, I like this one already. Introverted, but will eagerly discuss everything cross stitch. Oh my gosh. When I was at StitchCon last year, everyone was talking about how, yeah, I'm an introvert. But I tell you what, that room, for a room full of introverts, was loud. It's so funny. That one is $13, stitched on Brown Sugar 18 count Ada by Fiber on a Whim. Floss used Gentle Art with DMC conversions. Super cute. I know a lot of people that would like that one, actually. Myself included. Okay, next up is Jurassic Perk Coffee, brewed to extinction. That's funny. Super cute. This one is $12, stitched on Milk and Honey 18 count Ada by Fiber on a Whim, and called for is DMC. Next up is Mighty Fabulous. So using that tea theme again. Liberty, get it? Royalty, Kitty, what's that one? Crafty, Sweet Tea. Super cute puns. And those are really cute. Well, they have them scissor fobs, I guess. I mean, you can use them for anything. $12, you get 5 patterns, scissor fob designs. 16 count white Ada, and they use DMC. Super cute. All right, next up is Planting Daisies. Oh dear, my daisies are my favorite. Let's see what it says. Excuse me. You planted daisies in my heart that bloom, and now each day, indeed, I see your love for me inside their sweet bouquet. Really cute. And it looks like little bee charms are there. I don't know if they're included. That's $13, stitched on Simply Sage 18 count Ada by Fabrics by Stephanie. called for flosses, weeks, dye works, and DMC, but there is a DMC conversion. It does not say if those little bee charms are included or not. I'm going to assume not if it doesn't say. Next up is Reaching for Hope. This is $13. It says, give the world your love and care. Let hate be cast out everywhere. Really pretty. And it's two people shaking hands and the dove, peace doves there. This one is stitched on Cafe au lait, 18 count Ada by Fiber on a Whim. DMC conversions called for is Gast and Weeks and DMC. Again, that one is called Reaching for Hope. And then next up is, let's see, T-Rex. So another T one. $13. Look at him. He's holding a tea bag and he's in the cup. Super, super cute. T-Rex. This one is stitched on Cappuccino. 18 count, Ada, Fiber on a Whim. Use DMC. Next, that is everything from Silver Creek Samplers. Next up is Stitching with the Housewives. Stitching with the Housewives. So we have Adorables. Oh, this is Spring Bunnies. Spring Bunnies Adorables. So this must be a new series they're doing. Look at all these little baby chicks up there. Super cute. Bright colors. This is $10. It is 98 by 70, stitched on 28 count black even weave. They call for classic color works. Cute. Another cute spring Easter chart. Next up is Let's Go Ride a Bike. Let's go ride a bike. Through the Garden Gates. So this is kind of patriotic themed, but it could really be for anything. They kind of have it finished patriotically, but really cute with the bike. It is $9. It is 98 stitches by 70, also on 28 count black even weave, also called for classic color works. Those colors really do pop on that black even weave, doesn't it? This next one is called Mary. Mary, this is $10. Really cute, like peppermint letters. Isn't that cute? You get 42 by 70 for each letter on 28 count black even weave, and they use classic color work. So you get each of the letters, M-E-R-R-Y. Next up is month to month, May. So they're releasing the May version. So Bloom, you got those bright, bright, colorful spring flowers. You got that pretty green barn with flowers on it. I love the pinks on there. This one is $10. It is 126 by 84. They stitch on 28 count white, and they call for classic colorworks. Next up is, that's everything from Stitching with the Housewives. Next up is Stitchy Prose. Stitchy Prose. So first up is a Stitcher's Wish. I see a frog on here. Starlight, star bright, for star I see tonight. I wish I may, I wish I might cross all of my X's right so I don't have to frog tonight. Oh, that's really cute. That's $12. She says, as a new mom, I've become very familiar with nursery rhymes and lullabies. This pattern is a twist on the classic Starlight, Star Bright. It is 128 stitches wide by 176 stitches high, stitched on 32 count Salt Bush by Fox and Rabbit. There is full cross backstitch Smyrna cross triple Leviathan stitch, a variation of that. DMC conversion is provided. Used Gast, Weeks, Dye Works, and DMC. Cute. A Stitcher's Wish. Next up is Be Happy Wooden Needle Minder. Limited item. It is $8.50. It's a needle minder. Limited quantity, so pre-orders are highly encouraged. Really cute. So if you want that, I would do it sooner rather than later. Another handmade wooden needle minder. I like big cups, and I cannot lie. Huge cup of coffee. Super cute. Also $8.50. You need to pre-order that as well. Next up is Live Laugh Frog. Live Laugh Frog. Another needle minder. It is $8.50. Super cute. Next up is Spring Puns. Spring puns. This is $10. Be happy, okay bloomer instead of okay boomer. Really cute. Spring into season with the third installment of my Pillow Pun series. These are 2 pun designs releasing together as one pattern. So you get both of them in one pattern. They are 60 by 60, stitched on 32 count Belfast raw natural linen by Zweigart. They use full cross and Smyrna cross, DMC, Classic Colorworks, Gentle Arts, and Weeks, but there's a DMC conversion. That one's called Spring Puns. Next up is Tea Sippers Needle Minder. Tea Sippers Needle Minder. So they're little bees, $8.50. Next up is Tea Time, and this is another in the pack, the Trenway Silks thread pack. Tea Time, super cute, really sweet design, just perfect for somebody who loves tea. It is $8. This is my tea-rific contribution for the X Stitch the Rainbow Tea Time collection or collaboration using the Trenway Silks Tea Time pellet. I am one of 25 designers participating. The model is finished with a teapot finishing board stand, also available for purchase separately. So it's a 60 by 60 stitch count, 32 count slate by Fabrics by Stephanie, and there's a DMC conversion if you didn't want to buy the Trenway Silks. Tea Time, that one is called. And then let's see. Next up is here's the pot, the board stand. Dimensions 14 inches wide by 9.5 high. Finishing space is 5.5 by 5.5. It is $22. Handmade and stained teapot finishing board. It will accommodate all of the Stitch the Rainbow Tea Time patterns. So again, if we saw another one earlier, but if you like this one too, you can get that one as well. Next up is the Honey Craftsman Sampler. Honey Craftsman Sampler. This one is $16. Look at all that honeycomb you get to stitch. This says, busy bees bustling to each fragrant flower, small honey craftsman. Cute. $16. A sampler as sweet as honey that was inspired by one of my original poems. This is a stunning pattern that is sure to generate some buzz. Stitch count is 180 wide by 252 high. That's huge. Stitched on 36 count Milk and Honey. How funny. By Fiber on a Whim. That's perfect. Full crosses. It uses Classic Colorworks, Gas threads, and Weeks Dye Works, but there is a DMC conversion. Super cute. Next up is When Pigs Fly. When Pigs Fly. I will stop buying cross-stitch supplies when pigs fly. Isn't that true? That one is $10. Some stitchers believe that collecting cross-stitch supplies and patterns is an entirely separate hobby from actually stitching with those items. I'm one of those. Now with this pattern, you will have perfect excuse. It is 120 stitches wide by 80 high on 32 count baked clay by Fox and Rabbit, full cross, some Smyrna cross, and they provide a DMC. When Pigs Fly, that one is called. Next is when the needle minder for When Pigs Fly for $8.50. Super cute. And I think, that's everything from Stitchy Pros. Next up is Sweet Wing Studio. Sweet Wing Studio. This one is a little spring. Okay, I love this one. A little spring. And especially because they're going to have a series. If you saw first of four and a new seasonal series, Sweet Wing Studio. So let's take a closer look at this. I just think that's so pretty. Refresh. I think it's just really gorgeous. It is $7. It is 88 by 55, so they're tiny. 32 count blue-gray linen. There's some back stitch, and they use Classic Colorworks, Weeks Dye Works, and DMC. Cute. Next up is Always Time for Tea, and this is another one of the Trenway Silks collaboration. It's Always Time for Tea. Really cute. Little pillow. $7. It is 59 by 59, 36 count magical gray Edinburgh linen by Zweigart. And then you have the Trenway silk pack. Next up is Rabbit Sunset. Rabbit Sunset. So look at that sunset up there. The sun it sets and gives a glow which paints a lovely scene, while the rabbits hop to and fro across the meadows green. Really, really sweet. Another really great spring Easter one. That is $10. It is 171 stitches wide by 100 stitches high. They use 28 count Meadow View Even Weave by Fabric Flair. Minimal backstitch, and it calls for Gast, Weeks Dye Works, Classic Color Works, DMC. I like this because you could pick and choose which pieces you want. Like if you only wanted the sun, you could just do the sun. If you only wanted the middle, you could just do the middle. So it's, I like, it's kind of like a band where you can choose. This next one is called Willing Hands. Willing Hands. She seeks wool and flax and works with willing hands. Proverbs 31:13. Look at that little sheep. Super cute. Has such a cute smile. That one is $9. It is 141 stitches wide by 109 stitches high. It is stitched on 32 count flax linen by Zweigart. Some back stitching, and the colors are DMC and Forbidden Fiber Co. Next up is Without Ceasing. Without Ceasing. This says, Pray Without Ceasing. Really cute. Little pillow. Little pretty flowers. This is $7.50. It is 111 wide by 34 high. It was stitched on 32 count Bittersweet Light Jobelin by Witchelt. Some back stitches, and it calls for Classic Color Works, Gentle Arts, Weeks Dye Works. Pray Without Ceasing. And that is everything from Sweet Wing Studio. Next up is Tempting Tangles Designs. Tempting Tangles Designs. Wow, look at this first one. This is called Dragon's Blood. That's beautiful. And again, easily you could change the color to, I know there's a lot of purple fans out there. You could easily change that. $18. There's no further information on it, but you could easily change the colors on that one. $18. Dragon's Blood. And that's everything from Tempting Tangles. Next up is Teresa Kogut. Teresa Kogut. I am running out of space on my list. My piece of paper. Okay, so first up is Beauty Fades. This is $16. It's hard to get a good picture. So I can't read the saying in there. But you can get an idea of what it will look like. There's a big church. There's a couple of houses. Beauty Fades. This is 134 by 298 stitches. They use 40 count Mocha by Weeks Dye Works. It calls for DMC and a Weeks Dye Works floss. Beauty Fades. Next up is Egg Collector. Egg Collector. This one is $16. This is a cute spring one with your little bunny, rabbit. She's clipping the eggs off the egg tree. Cute. $16. This is 177 by 177. Stitched on 40 count Dirty Teacup by Needle and Flax. Called for is Classic Color Works and DMC and a Weeks Dye Works. Again, that's called Egg Collector. Next up by Teresa Kogut is Kindred Spirits. Kindred Spirits. So it's like two angels and it says Kindred Spirits. This is $16. It is 168 stitches by 179. Stitched on 40 count flannel flower, by Fox and Rabbit, and it's called for his DMC. Next up is Nature. $16 also for this one. Nature fortifies the soul and brings peace to the heart from which love flows like a river. For all you nature lovers out there. Really, 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 really pretty. This one is 257 by 195. 40 count Thornfield by Needle and Flax is what it was stitched on. DMC, Classic Colorworks, and Weeks Dye Works. Next up is Needle and Flax, another Needle and Flax one. We've had a few of these, it seems like. Needle and Flax, and that's what it says. It just says Needle and Flax. And you have her spinning wheel, her tomato. Cute. This one is $10 and no size or anything like that. Next up is Remember Me. Remember Me. So it says, when this you see, remember me. Beautiful flowers, a big old house, and flowers in the center, an alphabet. It is $16. It is huge at 229 by 264 stitches. They stitched it on 40 count ballet slippers by Fox and Rabbits. Called for is Classic Colorworks, Weeks Dye Works, and DMC. Remember Me. Next up is Strawberry Manor. Strawberry Manor, $16. Do you like stitching? Do you like stitching in red? You got a lot of it. Look at that big red house, the red dress, all the strawberries. It's beautiful. It is 213 by 152, so it's big. It was stitched on 40 count Aged Hazelnut by XU Designs. DMC and Weeks Dye Works where it's used. That one is called Strawberry Manor. And that's everything from Teresa Kogut. Next up is the Blue Flower, Janine from the Blue Flower. First up by the Blue Flower, we have Rabbit Parade. So look at this. Look at these all these bunnies, and everyone's dressed up like rabbits. They all have rabbit ears on. Isn't that cute? I love these flowers. That's really cute. This one is $10. It was stitched on 40 count water green linen from Zweigart. It is 173 stitches wide by 80 high. And the called for is DMC, Classic Colorworks, and Weeks Dye Works. And some finishing information in there as well. Rabbit Parade, that one is called. Next up is Spring Quail. This one is super pretty. I sing of books of blossoms, birds, and bowers, of April, May, and of June and July flowers. I think this is so pretty. Spring Quail, stitched on 40 count Sky Fall Linen from Barbarelle Creations. We don't know what the stitch count is on this one, but isn't that pretty? $12 for that. And then the next up is the Glad Sun. The Glad Sun, $12. The glad sun goes across the sky is what it says. Isn't that pretty? So pretty. It's so unique. Stitched on 40 count cottage stone linen from Color and Cotton. It is 187 stitches wide by 191 high. Stitched using DMC color variations, Weeks Dye Works, and Classic Colorworks. Such pretty colors in that one. Next up is Tudor Goat. Tudor Goat. So look at your little goat pillow. I'm working on Tudor B right now. So this seems like a Tudor set, perhaps. This one is $8. That was stitched on 40 count Tinsmith linen by Color and Cotton. It is 70 stitches wide by 73 stitches high using DMC and Classic Colorworks. And they use Lady Dots Creates for finishing. And that one is Tudor Goat. And that is everything from the Blue Flower. Next up is the Mindful Needle. The Mindful Needle. And first up, we have our Trenway Silks floss pack. Anytime is tea time. Really cute, really sweet. I love that. It's just precious. It's $12. 32 count Wexford linen by Zweigart in the color Morning Dew. It is finished on a small box by Hobby Lobby, and you could even put like little tea bags in it, and that would be a really cute gift. 54 stitches wide by 59 high. So that would make it, they're small, so it wouldn't take terribly long to stitch it. You could attach it to a little box that you get from a craft store and fill it with tea. What a great gift. And a little spoon or something, a little decorative spoon. Next up is called Bunny Hop. Bunny Hop, really cute. This one is $12. And you see all the bunnies jumping around there. Stitched on 32 count Wexford linen in Morning Dew using Classic Colorworks and Weeks Dye Works. DMC substitutions are always provided. This one is 77 stitches wide by 81 stitches high. Next up is It's a Date, July 4th. It is a date. 32 count Lugana in the color Joy to the World from Grace Notes Fabrics. DMC substitutions, but it calls for Classic Colorworks, Gentle Arts, and Weeks Dye Works. Fireworks are stitched using Petite Treasure braid, but Krynic could also work. There's a star charm to be used on the design, which is included in the chart. It is not shown on this picture, though. So those of you who like patriotic stitching, July 4th, this is a really cute one. It is $13. Do we say the size? 81 by 68. Yeah, you could use a sparkly for the fireworks, especially. You want sparkly. This one is called Mother's Love. Mother's Love. The love between a mother and daughter is forever. Aw, very sweet. It is $12, stitched on 30 count Rainbow Collection linen in a soft blue from the Primitive Hair. They use Classic Colorworks and Weeks Dye Works with a DMC conversion. It is 74 by 102 stitches. Next up is Quaker Turtle. Oh my gosh, look at this fella. Quaker Turtle. Look how cute that is. The shell is all sorts of Quakers, and then there's Quakers down here. And oh my gosh, this is so cute. It is $12. It was stitched using Weeks Dye Works, Classic Colorworks, and DMC floss. It is 86 stitches wide by 52 high. So just a small little piece, but I think his bright colors too are so pretty. Quaker Turtle. Next up is Tea Time Floss Tags. So this is $6. These are blank on the back to indicate the type of floss and color, and you get the ring and the teapot charm, which you can see right here. Very cute. Tea Time Floss Tags, if you want those. And that is everything from the Mindful Needle. Next up is the Nebby Needle. Nebby Needle. So this first one is called Always Be stitching. You get it? Always stitching, but there's a little B, so it's always be stitching. And then there's a little alphabet. And the border looks like a honeycomb. This is $8. It was stitched on 36 count like khaki from Weeks Dye Works. The threads called for is Classic Colorworks and Weeks Dye Works. It is 90 stitches wide by 42 high for the B, and then the alphabet is 90 by 66. So you get both charts for $8. That's a good deal. Next up is The Day is Done. Day is done. Day is done. Gone the sun. Sweet little piece. This one is $8. Stitched on 36 count Confederate Gray by Weeks Dye Works. They call for Weeks Dye Works threads. It is 105 stitches wide by 92 stitches high. Day is done. Next up is Farm Life Sampler. Farm Life Sampler. This is really cute for all you farmers out there, or if you live on a farm or love a farm. Darling. This one is $8, stitched on 36 count Latte by Fiber on a Whim, called for Classic Colorworks and Weeks Dye Works. It is 136 stitches wide by 143 high. Next up is I Must Have Flowers. I Must Have Flowers. This one is also $8. More than anything, I must have flowers, always, always. And this is by Monet. Really pretty. 36 count Latte by Fiber on a Whim. It calls for Weeks Dye Works, and it is 90 stitches wide by 83 stitches high. Next up is Land That I Love. Land That I Love. This is $7, and it is a very simple, sweet little piece. Land That I Love, little heart. Would not take you long to stitch that. It is stitched on 36 count Dwarf by Picture This Plus. Called for is Weeks Dye Works. It is 59 by 52, so you could easily get that done in time for Memorial Day or 4th of July, for sure. Next up is Mustard Seed. Mustard Seed. If ye have faith as a grain of mustard seed, nothing shall be impossible unto you, which is a Bible verse. This one is $8. It was stitched on 36 count latte by Fiber on a Whim. The threads, called for threads, are Classic Color Works and Weeks Dye Works. It is 111 stitches wide by 81 stitches high. That one is called Mustard Seed. Next up is Spring Sampler. Spring Sampler. So you have your little alphabet and this tree and that little bird right there. It's a cute little piece. I think that's really sweet. That one is $8. The fabric is 36 count weathered stone by Atomic Ranch. Threads are Weeks Dye Works and Classic Color Works. It is 115 stitches wide by 112 high. Next, that's everything. That is everything from the Nebby Needle. Next up is the Primitive Hare. The Primitive Hare. So first up, we have an exclusive Nashville kit. It is $44. It is called the Stitcher's Rules. Stitcher's Rules. Don't talk to me, I'm counting. Count twice, stitch once. Don't use my fabric scissors. Yes, I need all that fabric. Frog, 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 because frog happens. Home is where my stash is. And it's not hoarding if it's cross stitch. Cute. This one is $44. You get the fabric, the fabric for the backing, silk ribbon, buttons, and support for the panel. So the only thing you need to provide, it looks like, is the floss maybe. So that is called Stitcher's Rules. It is $44. Very cute. Next up is Halloween Makers. Halloween Makers, Salem, Massachusetts. Spooky one. That one's $16. I don't have any more information on that. That is cute. Well, not cute. It's spooky. Next up is Hare's Season Book Winter. So I'm assuming you get these two winter designs. That is $40. Okay, so you get more than that. You get 6 patterns. 2 deers, 1, 2 deers 2. One of those is 1, one of those is 2. Just an old sampler cat. I'm not sure what that is. Bunny mitten. I'm not sure what that is. 2 extra patterns are on their way. Little winter sampler and winter roll. So for $40, you get 6 patterns. Pattern book. Hare's Seasons book, and this is the winter version. Next up is Mother Earth, Queen of the Needles. Mother Earth, Queen of the Needles. So this is a needle book, Mother Earth, and you can see her skirt is like the earth. This is really pretty. Oh, nice. Needles, so you say 26. Yeah, see, I like this. Needles 24, 26, 28. I like that a lot. This is a little prim for my style, but I like the layout of like that fabric book. This one is $16. Old Salem linen in 30 count. Next up is Ocean Mother, Queen of the Needles. So if you are more of an ocean person, this might speak to you. This one is also $16, Mother Ocean. Same idea, just the different patterns. Really pretty there. Ocean Silk, 30 count. Next up is Serenity. Serenity. This is $16. Serenity, the absence of stress while drinking tea. It's a cute little mug. No further information on that one. Next up is Spirits of the Wood series, Badger. This is $17. And there's your Badger, Spirit of the Wood series. This one is stitched on bullion linen 30 count. Next up is Spirit of the Wood series Ermine. I'm not familiar with that little animal. So I apologize. Ermine. Very cute. That one is also $17. Also stitched on bullion linen 30 count. Next up is Surprise Pattern. So there's no picture available. It's called Enchanted Moths. So we don't have anything to look at. So you're taking, it's a surprise, right? 2 cuts of Bolin linen 30 count and 1 cut of Irish Bog Sky 30 count linen. That is what it is stitched on. Enchanted Moth, $16. Next up is your thread keep for the moth. If you want that, $18. Pretty. So it's enough for 4, it looks like. 4 threads, maybe? I can't tell if there's some more holes up there, but maybe not. That one is $18. Next up is thread keep, the scissor. So another thread keep, beautiful. I know these are like collector's items. That one is also $18 by the Primitive Hair. Next up is the Winter Wonderland thread keep. Pretty. That one is also $18. Next up is Winter Essentials. Winter Essentials. This one is $16. And it is a chart, and so that's what it looks like. It's really, really pretty. Everything you need for winter there. Does not give us any more information, though, unfortunately. And that is everything from the Primitive Hair. Next up is the Scarlet House. I think there were some I was going to order from the Scarlet House as well. So first up, we have Eliza Rossiter, 1853. Really pretty. Adam and Eve. Get under there. She did this all when she was 9 years old. That is beautiful. See if we have any information. So they use 40 count dirty teacup from Needle and Flax. They use Weeks Dye Works floss, but we don't know how big it is. But if you love it, you should just stitch it anyway. That one is $22. Next up is Emma Peterson, 1894. Look at this cute little one. Emma Peterson, 1894. Very sweet. That one is $14. It is 145 by 145. They stitched it on 46 count Zweigart creme Bristol linen, and it calls for MPI silks because you're worth it. That one is $14. Next up is Jane Charlotte Wynne, 1835. Jane Charlotte Wynne. This is the close-up. So you have a couple alphabets. Really pretty. That house is gorgeous. Isn't that a gorgeous house? I love those big windows. That one is $26. It is 250 by 230. Designer note on fabric. I stitched the model on 40 count Weeks Dye Works straw on the old linen base. The straw on Zweigart base is much brighter and more gold, so I'd suggest any neutral. And that calls for Weeks Dye Works. So that is a good tip from the designer there. Next up is Try to Mark Well. Try to Mark Well. Try to Mark Well. And so you have your alphabet, your tomato. Very pretty. That one is $14. It is 132 stitches by 136 stitches. They stitched it on 40 count dirty teacup from Needle and Flax. Alver Soie silk called for, but they give you DMC. Next up that's everything from the Scarlet House. Next up is thistles. Thistles. Here we have an autumn pom-pom. Look at that with your acorns and your apples and your mushrooms and then your little squirrels and pumpkins. That's really cute. These are kind of like biscornias, but you can see they put a little stem in them to make them look like pumpkins. So this is $14. They use 32 count summer khaki. It calls for gast, and I don't know what size it is. I'm assuming you get the pattern for both of these in the one. I'm assuming. Doesn't say either way. Next up is Counting on the Farm. Counting on the Farm. Oh, this is really cute. One barn, 2 horses. Do you see the little dice? Dominoes? Not dice, dominoes. This is really cute for little kids. You can make this into a book if you want. Look at the frame that they made with the dominoes. That's so cute. That is really creative. This one is $14, 32 count green olive by Zweigart. They called for Weeks Dye Works. That's darling. If you have a little kid in your life or something like that, it's really cute. We have the Halloween pom-pom, which is $14. Again, 32 count summer khaki. Let's take a look at this. There's your kitty cat and the witch and the pumpkins, jack-o'-lanterns. Very cute. Next up is Make It Bloom. Really pretty. Oh, I love those flowers. With the house and the quilts. That's really cute. A lot of stitching in that one too. That one is $14. They stitched it on 32 count summer khaki. And it's stitched with DMC. This is my keepsake buttons. So little toppers for little boxes. Those are really, really pretty. This one is $8. They stitched it on 36 count prim gray by Dames of the Needle, and it called for gassed threads. Next up is Never Enough Primitives. This one sounds like from my friend Andrea. Never Enough Primitives. Very cute. A lot of stitching in there. Oh my gosh. But that's really a cute piece. That one is $8. Stitched on 36 count summer khaki and called for is Classic Colorworks. Next up is Welcome Birdies. Welcome Birdies. I think this one also Robin needs for her bird wall. Welcome Birdies. That's a lot of stitching in there, isn't it? $8. Called for is gassed wool. So they used the wool. And it's stitched on 32 count summer khaki. Seems like all of these are stitched on the same floss or fabric. And that is everything from Thistles. We are getting there. Next up is Tiny Modernist. A Stitcher's Garden. Look at this. This is $9. It is 80 stitches by 112. And this is everything you need for your stitching. Look at that. They made it like a garden, but like there's cross stitch, there's floss, your needle. That is cute. They use cross stitch, back stitch. They use Weeks Dye Works, but there's a DMC conversion. They stitched on 28 count linen in Water Lily by Witchold. Really cute. Stitcher's Garden. Next up is Always Time for Tea. So this is another one using the Trenway Silks Floss Pack. Really cute. Another really cute one. It's Always Time for Tea. That one is $7. It is 60 by 60. And they stitched it on 30 count linen Grasshopper by Weeks Dye Works. Next up is an Irish Blessing. This one looks really pretty. This is $12. May your troubles be less and your blessings be more, and nothing but happiness come through your door. Super pretty. Look at that. I love that little scene up there. Really pretty. This one is 90 stitches wide by 120 high. They use cross stitch, back stitch, and they use DMC, and they stitch on 28 count white even weave. Beautiful. Next up by Tiny Modernist is Crab Dance. Look how cute this is. This one is $7. It is 66 stitches wide by 66 stitches high. Really cute. Crab Dance. Cross stitch and back stitch, and they used DMC. They stitched it on 32 count linen in beautiful beige. Next up is Chameleon. Karma Chameleon. Now I have that song stuck in my head. Look at those little sweet flowers. I love that. Super cute. And then the chameleon. It's $7. It is also 66 by 66. Cross stitch and back stitch. They call for DMC. It is stitched on 28 count linen in Riviera Aqua by Witchold. It's a pretty fabric. The colors really pop up from that. Next up is the Black Crow. I think these are all from the same series because this is the same size, 66 by 66. Really cute. This is $7. Cross stitch, back stitch, DMC. This one was stitched on 28 count linen in Venetian Stone by Witchold. Black Crow. Next up is, the cat tapestry. The cat tapestry. Well, I'm going to write this one down. Look at that. Flowers and cats. Yes, please. Super cute. They're so cute. This one is $12. It is 152 by 194. They call for DMC. They stitched it on 28 count linen in water lily. That one's cute. Next up is the garden hare. Garden hare. So this would be another cute spring one. Some mushrooms and flowers and the hair and the little. Look at how the house is so small. You usually don't see houses that small, so that's perfect. $9. It is 83 stitches wide by 101 stitches high. Called for DMC. They stitched this on 14 count printed Aida in Dew, D-E-W, Dew by Charles Craft. And then next up is, that's everything from Tiny Modernist. Okay. Next way, we're going to look at Trenway Silks next up. So here is our Summer Fairy Floss Pack. This is $55. Model for viewing in Trenway Silk. Okay, so the model, what these threads are being used for, the model is going to be in their suite. Summer Fairy. It is a chart designed by Stitchy Princess, coming up in the April 2023 issue of Just Cross Stitch magazine. So we don't know what that will be yet. Next up is, here are your Tea Time Thread Packs. Tea Time Thread Pack, $24.50. I have never used Trenway Silks. You get 4 colors, 10 yard skeins of those beautiful colors. And a little secret is you can buy the thread pack even if you don't necessarily want the charts. $24.50. But that's the thread pack that you want. And I'm sure you could get 10 yards each. That's 40 yards total. I'm sure you can get 3, maybe even 4 different charts out of those. So that's a great deal. All right, next up is Twin Peak Primitives. Twin Peak Primitives. First up is Amish Country. This is $17. Contentment is not getting what we want, but being satisfied with what we have. That is a really good reminder. Beautiful quilts, just kind of Amish life. Pre-order now. So we don't know the size or anything, but that's okay. We aren't afraid of sizes, are we? This next one is called Beekeeping Sampler. It's also $17. Looks about the same size. Kind words are like honey, sweet to the soul. So for the beekeepers out there, really pretty. Look at those colors. Next up is Beautiful Sampler. Beautiful. This one is $15. Don't be afraid, just believe, it says. Really, really pretty. I would probably brighten up the colors or use a different fabric so that the colors would pop. Beautiful. Next up is Daughters of America all in one. So you get all of these, $15. So you get freedom, justice, and liberty. How about that? Perfect for you patriotic stitchers. All 3 charts for just $15. That's amazing. Next up is Kris Kringle series. This is Star Spangled Kris. Star Spangled Kris. Isn't that funny? That's really funny. That one is $13. Next up is, oops, I went too far. Here we go. Patriotic Smalls. So this is one of their books. Patriotic Smalls. This is $18. So you get all of these. I don't know how many are in here, but there's a lot of them for $18. So really great deal. Really fun to stitch. Keep you busy for a while. Next up is Primitive Stocking with Mice. This is all in one. So $16. I'm assuming you get all of these. Really cute. Cute little stockings with the mice. Just checking to see if they have any information. Next up is Shahrazad's Dream. I apologize. I've been talking for a long time also. That's beautiful. So much going on, so much to look at. Love the colors. This one is $18. 1001 Nights. Next up is the Nutcracker. $13. And it's scenes from the Nutcracker. Very cute. All right. And next we have, okay, that's everything from Twin Peak Primitives. So next, we're getting down there. 3 more to go. Violets and Verses. Violets and Verses. The first one is Annie Matilda Drinkwater from 1865. Annie Matilda Drinkwater. So this is a beautiful little sampler. Lots of alphabet choices and some little motifs down there. This one is 102 by 149. They stitched it on 32 count Zweigart in flax, and that calls for DMC. Next up is C. Divine 1847. C. Divine 1847. This is $18. This is beautiful. Look at those colors. I just love those pinks and blues and very pretty colors. This one is 196 by 242 stitches. It is stitched on 40 count Seraphim Chai and called for as the DMC. C. Divine 1847, that one is. Oh, we have a duplicate, so I think that's fine. We won't look at the second one because it's the same as the first. Then next we have Christiana Frances Mary Richardson, 1841. I'll leave it here for just a second in case you need to scribble down that name. That was a long one. Christiana Frances Mary Richardson, 1841. This is beautiful. I love the colors. It's like a blue. We'll find out here in just a minute. She was 8 when she did this. No big deal. That is beautiful. $16. It is 113 by 144 on 28 count cream Lugana, and they used, it's 310. Looks like a blue to me. You could stitch it in any color you want. I won't tell. This next one is C.O. Henderson. C.O. Henderson, 1841. Really pretty little sampler there. I say little. $16. It is 92 stitches wide, so it's not very wide, by 167 stitches high on 28 count cream Lugana, and they use DMC. Again, that one is called C.O. Henderson. Next up is Flea Market Red. Flea Market Red, this is pretty. This is $14. Really pretty, practicing all your motifs or your borders, I guess it is. This is 103 by 136. It was stitched on 36 count Seraphim antique lace, and they call for avoir soie floss. Next up is Heritage Bouquet. Heritage Bouquet. Oh, I love that. I do love that. I love the flowers and just kind of the old-timiness. Heritage Bouquet. It is $14. It is 79 by 57, stitched on 28 count antique white Lugana, DMC Weeks Gast flosses. Really pretty. Next up, we have Jessie Munro, 1868. Another like kind of long skinny sampler. Very pretty. Really unique colors too. That one is $16. It is 79 stitches wide by 198 high. Stitched on 32 count Weeks Dye Works in beige, and it calls for DMC. Next up is Mary Ellis, 1850. Mary Ellis, 1850. This one is $16. A nice small little sampler. Very pretty. It is 164 by 87. And then, you also get a drum, 168 by 88. The I wonder if it's the same. It's just like you do it a little bit different. I'm not quite sure. They stitched it on 32 count Fox and Rabbit paperback and Mayflower for the drum. I don't see the drum. I don't think they're showing the drum. And it calls for DMC floss. Next up is Mary Woodrow Ackworth, 1782, another little sampler. Very pretty. This one is $18. It is huge, though. Did I say little sampler? 247 by 218 on 28 count weeks. 1/1 on 28 count. And they use DMC floss number 9. So one of the new DMCs. Well, I call it new. It's been out 3-4 years now. And then Ruth Ann Boardman, 1827. Ruth Ann Boardman, 1827. This is just a sneak peek of what you get. It is $16. Really pretty again. Just really, really pretty floss colors. This one will be 134 by 162. 32 count, Not Another Sampler by Bestitch Me, and DMC floss. Next up is Sarah Ann Ackland, 1888. Sarah Ann Ackland, 1888. Another sneak peek. That red just really pops from those other colors, doesn't it? $14. This one is 131 by 127, stitched on 46 count Duxbury by Fox and Rabbit. And it's DMC floss. Next up is Sarah Ann Morris from 1862. Sarah Ann Morris, 1862. Honor thy parents. Search the scriptures. Really pretty border on that one. That one is $16. It is 133 by 157. They stitched it on 32 count Lakeside Vintage Buttercream. They use DMC and Weeks Dye Works floss. Again, that one was called Sarah Ann Morris. Next up is To Emmeline. To Emmeline. Pretty nice that they threw some pinks in there. That's pretty. $16. It is 77 stitches wide by 100 stitches high. 28 count platinum cashel. They used MPIs and Splendor. Beautiful. Next up is Under His Wings. Under His Wings. He will cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you will find refuge. Very pretty. $18. The stitch count on this one is 128 by 171. It is stitched on 28 count Weeks Tin Roof. They use DMC and Weeks floss. That's pretty. That one's pretty unique, I think. Okay, that is everything for Violets and Verses. Next up is Works by ABC. First up, we have Ifkomen Bag. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, for Passover. Okay. So that's for Passover. That is $8. Model is stitched on 36 count antique white using 2 strands of Gentle Arts Midnight and is finished like a mini project bag. It is 86 stitches wide by 40 stitches high. Next up is Exquisite Lace. Oh my goodness. $12. Yes, I'm writing this down. Look at that. Isn't that, exquisite indeed. Just look at that. It's beautiful. And again, you can do this on any color. That is $12. It is stitched on 36 count Zweigart in Magical Gray using 1 strand of DMC Blanc Floche over 2 strands. Or 2 strands of DMC floss would work as well. It is 205 by 331. Why do I love it so much? That is a huge piece for $12. I'm not shouting at you. I'm just excited. And if you are still watching at this point, I tip my hat to you. All right, next up we have nesting dolls. This is $16, really cute. Oh, look, you can actually nest them. How darling is that? This looks like it's stitched on plastic canvas. I'm not sure, but $16. This pattern is sold with 2 sheets of 14 count perforated paper. Okay, so it's perforated paper. Model stitch with DMC floss using 2 sheets of 14 count perforated paper, and they vary in heights. The largest one is 4.5 inches. Cute. That's nesting dolls, $16. Next up, you get is quotable. Quotable. Get it? Quotable. Getting a little slap happy. A cup of tea is a cup apiece. There is no trouble so great or grave that cannot be much diminished by a nice cup of tea. And then they give you an alternate colorway. And this is the Trenway Silks Tea Time collaboration. This one is $6. You get 2 designs. Oh, a cross stitch and a blackwork pattern. 28 count Zweigart teal green, blackwork model, 32 count Zweigart pearl gray. They are both 60 by 60. Quotable. Next up is 7-fold. Wow, look at that. Holy smokes. 7-fold. Beautiful. It's purple. That's $10. It is modeled, stitched on 32 count Zweigart Stormy Night using 6 colors of DMC. It is 225 stitches by 232. Beautiful. Next up is your Spring Biscornu stack. Spring Biscornu stack. So you're going to get the chart for all 3. And this is in the pretty greens. You can, of course, change the colors to whatever you want. But you'll stitch all 3 Biscornu. It is $10. 36 count Zweigart linen and lavender using 2 DMCs. One of them is the variations. The largest one is 64 by 64. You get a lot there for $10 because you stitch the top and the bottom for all 3. So it's like 6, right? Next up is symmetrical squares. Symmetrical squares. Here's another great one to use for banding. If you have banding or want to use banding. Super pretty. Symmetrical squares. Fun to do. That one is $10. Stitch count on banding. 21 across by 412 down. Now, you can cut out certain ones if you want. Like if you don't want to make it that long, you could be like, oh, my banding only goes to here, for example, and just stitch that. Whatever you want. It is stitched on 27 count banding over 2 using 2 strands of various, they use silky 31 inches of banding used to stitch all 18 squares. So if you got a yard of banding, you'll get 2.5 margins at the top and bottom. Each square is 21 by 21. So there's a lot. See, like they like, oh, I'll just do this one as a scissor fob. $10. That'll keep you busy for a while. Next up is, that's it. All right. Next, we are at Yarn Tree. Yarn Tree, which is the cookbook, which hopefully you will see this in time. The Yarn Tree, this is the $12. This needs to be pre-ordered by February 19th, 2023. This is the 4th edition. So if you want this, I said it at the beginning in case you don't get all the way to the end, which I do not blame you. This is the Happiness is Homemade Nashville Needlework Cookbook. Oh my gosh, that is everything. Thank you all so very much for sticking with me, watching this. I can't thank you enough. This is so much fun for me. My list is so long, I'm going to have to narrow it down. But again, as a reminder, you want to send your email to garontotenbags@gmail.com. Include the name of the design, the name of the designer, your PayPal email, your zip code. Make sure you also include your first and last name. And make sure you pre-order by February 25th, which is next Saturday. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. You are the best. And I will talk to you later.